Добрый день, дорогие друзья! Мы рады
Good
приветствовать
evening,
вас
dear
на
friends.
12-м
We're glad to
калейдоскопе
welcome you to the 12th Kaleidoscope of Facts dedicated to the Holy Mary or Mother of God. The topic of this conference was chosen not by chance. At the 7th Kaleidoscope of Facts about the Holy Spirit, we have already talked about the joint veneration of the Mother of God, Holy Mary, and the Holy Spirit. This topic has caused a huge resonance among people and a desire to understand it more deeply because people on all continents and from all parts of the world know and love the Mother of God, which we will talk about later today. We have received many requests from viewers, and right now we welcome you to Holy Mary, Creating Power of Love, Kaleidoscope of Facts. Let's watch the trailer. Cultures and civilizations are changing, but one thing remains the same: a human need for that true love that unites us all and makes us alive. For a long time, people have known about the power that generates life, creates both visible and invisible worlds. They also knew about the one who is the conductor of this force to the earth: Isis, Inanna, Sophia. There are many names and epithets, but the essence is one: the Mother of God. Today she is known by the name Mary. For 2,000 years, people have been feeling her invisible presence and support. Who is she? What is the essence of Mary's ministry and feat? Why is the Virgin Mary compared to the guiding star?
Well, Maria's true feat exactly consisted in what we have mentioned, in her service to people. She not only herself perceived, but also gives others an opportunity to perceive and takes care of people. And just note how people revere her in various countries, and not just revere, but truly feel her active assistance in spiritual matters. The protecting veil of the Mother of God.
For centuries and millennia, the truth about the divine power of the feminine principle, which gives a human true life, has been hidden from people. But we live in a time when all the secrets are revealed. It is time to bring the truth back to people. On July 13, 2021, watch the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Mother of God, the creative power of love. Initiated by the participants of Allat IPM from Italy, Belarus, and Russia.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, this conference is organized, by people from different parts of the world, people who are interested in this topic: researchers, scientists, anthropologists, religious scholars, art researchers, cultural scientists, culturologists, and so on. Right now, this conference is simultaneously interpreted into 20 languages, and we'd like to begin with the topic that is unexpected. We start our Kaleidoscope of Facts with ancient cultures that lived in 5th, 6th, and 7th millennia BC and even earlier. And perhaps this will be surprising for you. Why exactly from this topic? What does this have to do with the Holy Mary? I suggest watching an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, which became the basis and inspiration for this research.
Those who are keen on archaeology and the like, they encounter such a fact that in all parts of the world, without exception, the same signs are found. Well, take even our Allatra. It is everywhere. And this evidences that people used to communicate in a single language and were free. When the Trypillian culture existed in our lands, as many researchers note, there were no war moods in these settlements. That is, people did not fight. And this was the case all over the world. Some 7 to 8,000 years ago, there were rather civilized, rather developed settlements. But there was not even a hint that they fought one another. They were ancient settlements dating back, say, 8,000 years ago and so on, meaning exactly the time when there was and there reigned matriarchy in the world. What do we observe there? Everywhere we see the Allat signs, that is, of spiritual freedom, right? Again, we see those very women, those very images and everything else, where this was actually extolled. Well, it wasn't just in Tripilia, there were such settlements all over the world.
It's just interesting that it turns out that at the time society exactly was matriarchy reigned in it, but it reigned not in the sense that it really reigned, right? Because
No, it wasn't power, it was equality. They were keeping faith in purity. They were keeping the knowledge in purity. It was a spiritual community.
It's also interesting that matriarchy and patriarchy are basically not the primacy of a man or a woman.
No, by no means.
Matriarchy is a reign of love, precisely that.
It's the absence of power. Absolutely right.
A woman never wanted power, right? That is...
It's the absence of power. Ilchin is right. There was justice.
Итак, эта информация
So, this information has sparked a huge research interest in us and desire to understand the question, who is the Mother of God, Holy Mary, and what is her role in the life of every person and society as a whole? Is it true that she unites people not only from different parts of the world, but also from different historical eras? And what did ancient people know about her?
Greetings, dear friends. Indeed, who is she? As we began to explore this topic, we saw that the concept of the Holy Mary is much broader than it appears at first glance. It transcends all religious perceptions and beliefs. We also noticed that throughout history, different peoples had worshipped the divine creator of women, the Great Mother, as we do today with the Holy Mary. The Holy Mary, who is called the Queen of Heaven, the Blessed Mother Wisdom, the Artist of all things. In the Bible, in the book of the Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, it says of her, "She is a spirit sensible, holy, only begotten, manifold, unstoppable. By her purity, she passes through and penetrates all things. She is one, but can do all things. She is more beautiful than the sun, and more excellent than a host of stars. In comparison with light, she is higher. And this is how the Great Mother, who has been revered since ancient times, was called by people in different cultures on different continents. She is the goddess who gives birth and regenerates life. She was considered the source of all life in the world, immortal, unchanging, and all-powerful. The Great Mother was called the Mistress of the Sky, the Goddess of heavenly waters, the Giver of life. She was considered the source of all things. The Great Mother embodied all forms of manifestations, of constantly renewing cycle of life. We see that in ancient times, the divine feminine Great Mother was called by the same epithets as the Holy Mary. Dear viewers, the essence always remains the same. Only thing that changes are the wording.
мы будем говорить
We will talk about love, about the Great Mother of God, who brings this love to people. What is love? Love is a thread stretched through centuries and millennia, from which the canvas of a person's life is woven. This is what has been and will be. This is the eternal and unshakable on which the world rests. And It unites all of us. Today, we know her as Holy Mary, the Mother of God, the Great Mother. And where does this veneration come from? Natalia, please tell us, did our ancestors have knowledge about the Great Mother?
I greet all the participants of the conference and our viewers. It is a very important topic, and I'm very pleased to share basic knowledge which is available in the humanitarian field. Why is it important to speak of the Great Mother? Because she was indeed in all ancient societies. If we look at the research of archaeologists, we can see that the worship of this Mother Goddess seems to be associated with the childbearing function, but a great number of material which is already published and extensive material of excavation site convincingly prove that there was sacred veneration of the Great Mother as a feminine principle, divine feminine principle. Even if we refer to the viewpoint of renowned culturologists like Vladimir Rashel or Olga Romach, we can say that actually so many arguments and reasons have been provided and proofs have been provided that the Great Mother contains the creative force and power of all life. And the main characteristic of the Great Mother is the creating function, not in terms of physiological procreation, but in terms that the woman can give love to every person. And when a person lives with love, he or she really has life. It turns out that a woman actually participates in creation of the world. And I recall here, if we take any myth from any country or any people of the world, we can say that the Mother Goddess actually creates the world. She creates living beings. And it is interesting that Vyacheslav Nikolsky, famous culturologist, determined that the Mother Goddess is the main feminine deity correlated with the feminine creative principle in nature. And even if we refer to excavations, we can see Göbekli Tepe, which dates back to the 10th century BC, and the feminine principle was mentioned in the first archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, who mentioned this. Archaeologists from Ecuadorian culture, like Valdira and Emilia Estrada Cosa and Betty Meggers, Clifford Evans, they wrote about deep veneration. They understood how they treat the Mother Goddess. Such understandings we can find in Gennady Zdanovich's works about Ural culture, and also Vyacheslav Volodin about the Western Siberia. And to continue this topic, in his monographs, archaeologist Vyacheslav Zhitinyov, who conducted excavations in Sungir culture, which dates back to 35th century BC actually, he determined that in that culture, there was also the worship of the feminine principle. Moreover, we can see that each scientist shows that veneration of the Great Mother was in technologically developed societies. And if we, for example, take the Shedmusti culture in Czech and Slovak territory, then the paleoanthropologist Pat Shipman wrote that actually it was a highly developed society which consciously worshipped the divine feminine principle, and they applied it and associated it with the culture of 2400 years ago. BC. Also, I recall other archaeologists who discovered the Clovis tradition in Peru. It turns out that actual the facts and interpretations at the international conferences and all our work in the Kaleidoscope of Facts actually urge us to continue research to find more facts. But today at the Kaleidoscope of Facts, actually, so many discoveries are awaiting us. And now we will refer to a video which will show us once again the facts how the Great Mother was worshipped on all the continents, in Eurasia, in America, in Australia and other places. Please watch this.
разных континентах, в разные
As we
исторические
can see on different continents, in different historical epochs, we find a huge number of artifacts that clearly demonstrate the veneration of the divine feminine principle. As in nowadays, there is a veneration of the divine feminine principle, the Virgin. This is not just a material worship. A spiritual meaning was laid in it, and this is evidenced, for example, by the signs of and symbols on some figurines. Veneration of God was spread all over the continents. Now, how it was worshipped in different countries. Людмила Shevchenko is from Italy. She's with us. Ludmila, greetings. I give the floor to you.
Hello, Lina. The question which you asked is very important indeed. What exactly was the reason for such a large-scale veneration of the Mother of God by people? Let's figure this out together. First of all, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that when the excavations of ancient archaeological cultures were analyzed, it indicated that there were no burials of leaders of warriors, there were no weapons. What does this indicate? That people did not wage military operations. They had a peaceful way of life. And research of artifacts, symbolism, and works of archaeologists and historians shows that the creating deity was precisely female, not male. The goddess personified all forms and manifestation of the constantly renewing life cycle. According to the American archaeologist Maria Kimbutas, it was a long period of remarkable creativity and stability, an era free from conflicts, and their culture was the culture of arts. Scientists carefully studied the symbolism of the Neolithic art in the territory of Bulgaria and Romania, and they came to the conclusion that it was actually a special type of visual speech, a kind of figurative message. So, in other words, people conveyed in symbols a generalized image of a woman, which evoked the warmest feelings such as love, care, and gratitude. The love of the Great Mother gave birth to herself and to all living beings. Studies by modern archaeologists Henrietta Todorova, Ivan Weissov, Maria Gimbutas agree with that the earliest archaeological finds actually relating to the spiritual sphere of humanity in the Neolithic era are the anthropomorphic figurines of 3 to 6 centimeters, which depicted a sitting woman. It is interesting, and I suggest that you pay special attention to this, that in the artifacts of the Neolithic age in the Balkan Peninsula and Asia Minor, there were no individual characteristics of deities. According to the archaeologist Müller-Karpe, there were no deities in the Neolithic times, and all figurines depicted prayers addressed to supreme powers. According to him, the images of human deities are found only in the early Bronze Age. Currently, not a single case of their deliberate destruction has been recorded among hundreds of Neolithic figurines and statuettes. In other words, the ritual was not performed. Moreover, it is known that images of a woman occupy a central place in decoration of vessels, tableware, and temples. Let us look at more detail on some examples of ancient cultures. When there was excavations of the Hamangia culture, they found standing figurines, which were decorated with geometric motifs. Scientists assume that an artist from Hamangia culture passed on sacred spiritual knowledge. Let us now move to Greece. When there were excavations of the Sexclo culture, they found about 200 figurines, clay figurines female figurines shaped as birds, snakes, etc. And 99 of them were in courtyards. In Yugoslavia, when there were excavations of the Starcheva culture, they found anthropomorphic ritual vessels with 4 legs and female figurines. Similar style and similar items were found in Sesklo and Starcheva, and also in Karanova culture. When there were excavations, they found a terracotta figurines with females, with bird faces of pregnant women. And also it is remarkable that there is reference from Hungary, which belong to a different culture, linear ribbon ceramics. They have images of female figures with the signs of pregnancy. They associated with the culture of the Great Mother from the Paleolithic age and the Gravid culture. These are the so-called Paleolithic Venuses. And it is interesting that figurines shaped as birds also found in the Butmir culture. It is very symbolic because in many cosmogonic myths of the peoples of the world, a bird acts as a creating feminine principle, and the bird's environment is air, is a symbol of the eternal world, of the primary spiritual world from which the material world originated. Also, other interesting finds were made during excavations of the most ancient culture in Vinča. The walls of the sanctuaries were covered with symbolic drawings, red, blue, and white zigzags and broken lines, curves. Statues of women with two heads, which were called double heads, were discovered in 4 settlements in Vinča, and they were called doubled. Figurines of the Vinča culture with the predominance of a bird woman, according to the famous American archaeologist Maria Gimbutas, this proves that actually a woman was the main deity and she was revered in the sanctuaries of the Vinča culture. Also, there are images of women in the form shaped as snakes, mothers with babies in their arms, or ladies having bird masks. Discovery of so many feminine figurines, according to scientists, indicates that indeed the feminine principle, the great goddess, was really revered and respected. Now I would like to give the floor to Tatiana to Rome. Hello, Tatiana.
Hello. Tripoli is an amazing culture where most of the symbolic images are anthropomorphic and associated with the cult of the great goddess. Archaeologist Vir Gordon-Child revealed that every inhabitant of the Tripoli settlement has his own clay figurine. At the center of the spiritual structure of the Tripoli civilization was the great goddess, one female deity. Its various aspects were reflected in the signs and symbols used by the Tripolians. Archaeologists find images among the materials. The virgin goddess, the cow goddess, the snake goddess, the bird goddess. The great goddess was the moon goddess, the great mother, Mother Earth. This sacred tradition means connection with the spiritual world. Natalia Bourdeau, archaeologist, PhD, revealed that all female sacred images of Tripoli are the embodiment of certain aspects, manifestations, or properties of the personality of the Great Mother. The Great Mother is represented as the feminine principle giving birth to and reviving life. Let's pay attention to the fact that among many peoples with the veneration of the feminine principle, as among the Tripolians, according to archaeological excavations, we observe the same thing, the absence of wars or inequality, meaning they lived peacefully. Doctor of Historical Sciences Michael Vidienko with a team found at the excavation female figurines decorated with snakes. The scientist noted the special place of the snakes in the mythology of the Tripolians. Usually, it was accompanied by symbols of the moon. From the Allat book by Anastasia Novik, yes, many peoples, especially in the East, revered the snake as a symbol associated with fertility, the feminine principle, earth, water, and also wisdom. Although the language of Tripolians is unknown today and the signs of the crescent moon are an element of the statuettes, they directly denote the creative power of God, Allat. The crescent with horns pointing upwards is one of the main working signs in many cultures. Etymologists attribute the origin of the word Allat to the ancient Arabic al-Lat, meaning mother of gods. A crescent with horns pointing upwards is often seen on icons with the Mother of God. We will talk about this a little bit more detail a bit later. Near the Roman village of Isaia, Balta Poppy, female figurines were placed in a vessel with a lid on. The ensemble includes 21 female figurines and 13 armchairs. The backs of the armchairs are made in the shape of the crescent with horns pointing upwards. At the level of the solar plexus, there is a mark, as on the figures of the Vinca culture. Among sculptures, the largest number of findings are images of a standing female figure with a face turned up with closed eyes and a body leaning back, reproducing the pose of Orant. Closed eyes and the pose of the figurines may indicate the depiction of sacred characters in a state of meditation. We observe the same pose, raised hands, at the Mother of God Orant. According to Edwin Oliver James, professor of religion at the University of London, it is the image of the mother woman that is the oldest divine symbol. Thank you so much for your attention, and I pass the floor to Irina. Hello, Irina. Hello, Tatiana. Thank you so much. It's interesting that in the Cyclades Islands in Greece, as well as in Tripoli, a large number of female figurines were found, aged from 7 to 2,000 years BC. These are small, impersonal female marble statues, which scientists call Cycladic idols. Some of them have traces of red ochre. It is assumed that they were originally painted with a symbolic ornament. There's also a similarity in the iconic symbolism on ceramics items. Among them are the so-called Cycladic frying pans. They clearly show signs of the female hypostasis, with the so-called legs and the main round part, associatively like a womb, is decorated with a spiral ornament where each spiral passes into another one, displaying a creative uniting movement clockwise. Researchers believe that the Cycladic frying pans are an anthropomorphic image of the great mother goddess who gives life to all living beings. It is also interesting that if we, just switch the pan to the top, it will recall us the armchairs from Tripoli. On the territory of Balkan Peninsula, in the Cretan Mycenaean culture, 3rd, 2nd millennium BC, the feminine principle was especially revered. It was believed that the Great Mother was the personification of the forces of nature, the mistress of all living things, and for example, you can see on fresco from the excavations of one of the houses in ancient Akrotiri on the island of Crete. The Great Mother is represented seated on a stepped dais above the sanctuary itself. On the statuette of the Mother of God, the Mother Goddess from the home altar found in Crete, we see widening lines, movement of energies, the position of the raised arms in the form of a crescent, horns up, is visible. We can often see the image of hands in this position on the icons of the Mother of God, and this is not coincidence. Later in the kaleidoscope, the speakers will talk more about this ancient symbol, so please stay tuned. And this ceramics vessel was found in the place of Knossos of King Minos. Researcher Vladimir Sergeyev said that a woman in Minoan culture played the role of the mediator between world of people and world of the gods. The veneration of the female deity also took a key place in the Shintashta culture from the end of 3rd to the beginning of the 2nd millennium BC, which was found by archaeologists on the territory of the Ural-Kazakhstan steppes. Dmitry Zhdanovich, Russian archaeologist, knows that in all burial complexes of the country of cities, there are burials of women in rich decoration. Also, the so-called bone spatules are found in the burials. This is a stylized figurine that symbolizes a female deity in many cultures. Also,
Paired cones can be attributed to the category of female symbols. This is such an element in the iconic painting when a pattern similar to triangles or check marks with the top downward was pressed through the clay. Very popular element. In 2011, on the territory of the ancient Ural Archaeum, archaeologists found a golden statuette sitting in a meditative pose, pregnant woman. The age of the find was estimated to 4,000 years. Figures of pregnant women are found in many ancient cultures already mentioned. And according to the mythology of the peoples of northern Siberia, for example, the events of the Podkamenia Tunguska, the universe is represented in the form of the feminine principle, the great mother of the world. And petroglyphs of Sikatyalan dating from the 10th to the 1st millennia BC have been found on the territory of the Amur region. Named after the nearest settlement, they are located on large basalt boulders along the right bank of the Amur River. Mikhail Zimmerman, Doctor of Historical Sciences, a writer, in his scientific article wrote about the Amur petroglyphs on the Neolithic era, also noted the found petroglyphs depicting the mother of goddess giving birth. It is noteworthy that the female image on the petroglyphs found in Chernivaya is depicted against the background of an elk figure. And petroglyph elk often found in this region. In the mythology of the peoples of Siberia, it is said that the sacred elk resides in the sky. His name literally translates as "this is the great sky." He is the creator of the universe. And in the myth of the Far Eastern Oroch people, an eight-legged elk appears. According to the study of the archaic sacred symbolism, the image of the petroglyph elk or elk cow is correlated with the goddess of heaven, from which the heavenly milk is poured, which in turn causes the growth of plant embroids both in heaven and on earth. We find the similar analogy in ancient Egypt. The earliest representations of Egyptians, the huge mother of stars giving birth to gods, was goddess named Nut. At first, she was portrayed as a heavenly cosmic cow, and much later as a woman, as you can see in the picture. And more in detail, we will talk about goddess Nut in the next block. And now I give the floor to Esteban Rio from Argentina. Hola, Esteban.
Hola, Irina. Muchas gracias.
Hello, Irina. Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to be with all of you today and this conference, and I'm going to add some information about the view of the image of a woman as the source of life in ancient Asia. Let us consider the several images of pre-pottery and early pottery Neolithic era in Asia Minor. For example, cultures Çatalhöyük and Hacilar of the 8th to 6th millennium BC. The veneration of the Great Mother, the forces of life, can be determined by the murals in the sanctuaries and numerous figurines. The Great Mother figurisms are distinguished by the ampleness of forms and extraordinary charm of feminine curves, which reflect the idea of the boundless power of the Great Mother. The poses of these figures are so graceful that, looking at them, it becomes obvious that the source of true feminine beauty has always been inside the woman. Most of the figurines are in a sitting position, like a statuette of the mother goddess of Chanhasan, which resembles the sacred shape of a cube. Thanks to the Allat book, we know that a cube is a symbol of a person's spiritual liberation. The oldest ceramic figurines of sitting and standing women in South Asia belong to the culture of Mehrgarh, a monument of the 8th to 3rd millennia BC. Some terracotta women have babies in their arms. These artistically shaped goddesses testify to the fact that the products of the Mehrgarh craftsmen were firmly embedded in the culture and life of their era. Mehrgarh culture is the forerunner of the Harappan civilization. The discoveries at Mehrgarh have turned all ideas to the Indus Valley civilization upside down, writes Ahmad Sandani, professor of archaeology of Qaid al-Azam University in Islamabad. Also, on the cuneiform tables from Kultepe, the mother goddess is mentioned as the goddess Kubaba, in other Hittite sources as Hepat, Lydian sources as Kuvav, and in Phrygian as Cybele or Matar Kibela, where the word Matar means mother. Matar Kibela. The Phrygian goddess Cybele became the most popular of them, and over time was highly revered far beyond Asia Minor. She was depicted not only in a standing position but also sitting on a throne, in which she was already becoming extremely similar to the mother goddess of Çatalhöyük. All these goddesses, in essence, were identical, just like their Neolithic predecessor. They were the mothers of all living things, the personification of the female giving birth principle. The ancient symbol is the image of the female body in the form of a vessel. This is an amazingly accurate image of the Great Mother, conveying a sacred meaning. The mother's womb is the space in which a new life is born and nurtured, a spiritual one. Such female vessels were widespread from the Neolithic to the Neolithic, practically throughout the territory of Asia Minor. Throughout all this territory, women were treated with exceptional reverence. In the Elam culture of the 4th millennium BC, which Walter Hines, linguist professor, established while studying artifacts, what the mother gods in the myth was Pinkir or Pininkir. And I shall continue that archaeologists within Mason, in the description of the cult of a female deity among the tribes of the archaeological culture of Annao, pointed out the fact of a special honoring of the female progenitor, the female mother. She was depicted as a figurine of a seated woman. In southern Turkmenistan, at the Yassi-Tepe, a settlement dating back to the 4th millennium BC, Boris Kovtin found large statues of women. In the southern Turkmenistan of Yassi-Tepe, that's what I meant. So Boris Alexeyevich Kovtin found double where there were large statues of women. In Karatepe region, several clay female figurines were found in the characteristic particular cube pose with a schematic bird-like head. They had straight shoulders and arms drawn up to the elbow. A fragment of a painted bowl from the Karatepe, we see a reproduced a cutscene depicting a female deity 3 times smaller than the height of standing people. So let's also take a look at the marble bust. This is a part of a large figurine found by Mr. Kufin Namazga Tepe. The width of it is 35 centimeters. During the excavations of Max von Oppenheim in Tel Halaf for the Syrian Kurdistan, Asia, clay female figurines were found. The women were imaged as crouched or seated, accompanied by pigeons. I would like to add that, in my opinion, seeing all these women images and sculptures revered in the past, we cannot deny a direct connection with the figure of the Virgin Mary, which is revered all over the world today. The essence of life and the power of creation are manifested in the same beauty in all her images, testifying to this direct connection. Maria Gimbutas, archaeologist and culturologist, is convinced that archaeological materials are not dumb. They speak their own language. They should be used as a great source to help unravel the spirituality of our ancestors, who preceded the Indo-Europeans by many thousand years. These are the oldest cultures that existed in the territory of ancient Eurasia. Their echoes testify that people possess spiritual knowledge, which was more important for them than daily life. Thank you very much, dear friends.
Thank you very much, Esteban. Yes, also thank you to other speakers, Ludmila, Victoria, Tatiana, for such a detailed analysis and for such a great, difference of different goddesses who were revealed on different continents. It is very interesting. And dear viewers, I would like to put such a question for you and for us. Let's think. Today, living in our contemporary world, we all set goals for ourselves, form values ourselves, and surround ourselves with things that are meaningful to us. So let's think about what values did people have who surrounded themselves with the images of the one who gives life, the one who brings love to this world. And what values did they have and how did they live? And it's interesting that our next speaker, Elena Koprianova, archaeologist who studied the Archaean culture, notes that this culture of Archaean was peaceful. So let's watch a fragment of the video with her.
Well, according to the scientific data available today, in the Neolithic era, on the territory of the southern Trans-Urals and Kazakhstan, lived local tribes which most researchers associate with the Finno-Ugric language group. And as a matter of fact, the formation of the Sintashta Archaean culture took place when tribes of steppe inhabitants migrated from more southern regions, apparently from the Ciscaucasia, which means that it was a completely different form of economy, culture, and worldview. And after coming to this territory, it is quite obvious that their goal was to find a source of copper ore, since at that time they possessed those advanced technologies for processing metals, smelting copper products. Apparently they had to somehow interact with these local tribes, who lived in a simpler way. Obviously, their economy was not yet manufacturing. Yet, nevertheless, the interesting thing is that we see that these were no invasions or conquests. In other words, this symbiosis happened in a completely peaceful way. We do not see traces of real military conflicts. On the contrary, we see that these and other tribes that lived in the vicinity of the Sintashta Archaean tribes apparently treated each other with great respect. Somewhere it is reflected in the fact that they tried to copy some artifacts, sculpt similar crockery, make similar women's jewelry, but at their own level. For example, to what extent it was available to them. They also copied patterns, repeated semantics in ornaments, which probably would not have happened if a violent conquest had taken place, meaning it is quite obvious that those tribes that lived on this territory and the Archaean culture was formed in symbiosis with the local population. They somehow started to have mutual understanding and some kind of mutually beneficial coexistence. For a modern person, this axiom is that in ancient times there was a law of survival, which means that the strongest wins, and so on. This is how contacts took place. But here we see a completely different way and completely different relations. Let's say for our region, Central Eurasia, the Urals, Kazakhstan, those skills and those types of metal objects that representatives of the Sintashta-Akaim culture could be able to produce were quite advanced. The Aneleotic population living here previously had some experiments on obtaining metal, which they didn't even acquire in some kind of system. Generally speaking, neighboring cultures didn't have anything like that either. A lot of efforts of various teams, including international ones, have been directed to the study of the Santashta culture in recent decades. And we have the largest number of dating, for example, radiocarbon dating, the largest number of DNA samples extracted there. A lot of works are written on ornaments and on funeral rites and sacrifices. But somehow this non-standard, explosive culture really amazes. On the background of modern and subsequent formations, how bright it was. I want to formulate for myself the reason for this brightness. I mean, individual elements can be investigated and you can find their explanations. It happened for that reason, but on the whole, it produces an absolutely amazing.
Благодарим вас, Елена, за
Thank you very much, Elena, for your story about this unique culture and the inhabitants of Akaim. It is amazing for such examples where people at the time had advanced technologies, were able to process metal and make various items. Moreover, they shared their knowledge with other tribes and lived with them. This information is very important for understanding that in society spiritual values.
О чем же нам говорят археологические
What do the archaeological finds around the world and the research of scientists tell us about? We offer you to watch a video about what knowledge and technologies our ancestors had. Stay with us. We have very many more interesting facts.
We are accustomed to think of ourselves as a highly developed civilization. We are made to believe that representatives of ancient cultures lived quite primitively, but archaeological discoveries around the world and scientific studies speak otherwise. Today, a lot of factual evidences and artifacts have been found proving availability of very advanced technologies, developed social structure of ancient cultures. Megaliths. What do the ancient megalithic structures have in common? Monumentality and durability, unique megalithic masonry, alignment to the 4 cardinal points, alignment with certain constellations, location at geoactive points on the planet, good acoustic qualities, traces of mechanical working on stone. This is the message of the ancients encrypted in stone. Dolmens. According to some estimates, the age of dolmens is 7,000 to 8,000 years. Their average weight varies from 15 to 30 tons, but there are some dolmens where the cover plate alone weighs 20 tons. The fittings is so perfect that it is impossible to squeeze even a piece of paper between the joint caps. Scientist Alexander Monatsev states that megalithic structures comprise one big system, which is a geoactive network. All objects in which are interconnected by power lines through which the energy currents travel. The Great Sphinx in Giza. Scientists are impressed by the Sphinx's impressive size, as well as the fact that it is carved out of solid limestone rock and built in the strict alignment with the trajectory of the Sun. 3 tunnels have been found inside the Sphinx, but they are currently inaccessible for study. After so many years, their purpose also remains unclear. Pyramids. There are hundreds of pyramids all over the world of various shapes, regular, truncated, step pyramids. The pyramids are aligned to the cardinal points and they were built with precision matchable to optical instruments. The pyramids represent a single world complex aligned to Kailash. Baalbek. Part of the Baalbek terrace is the Baalbek Trilithon. It is a gigantic structure located at a height of 7 meters. It consists of 3 blocks weighing about 800 tons each. All the blocks are perfectly fitted to each other. Even a razor blade cannot be inserted in the joint gaps between them. The quarry where these blocks were extracted is located at a significant distance of some 1.6 kilometers. It is still a mystery how delivery and installation of these blocks was made. Another interesting fact. In a huge temple complex made of limestone, there are 2 tall columns made of single piece of granite. The columns are perfectly polished to a mirror shine. It is absolutely impossible to polish this material by hand to such perfect smoothness. We learned to polish granite in this way only in the 19th century with the emergence of diamond technology. Unknown technologies of the ancient times. Electricity. In the underground room of the temple of the goddess Hathor in Dendera, there is a bas-relief with an unknown device that resembles Crookes gas discharge tube. We see that they look alike. It is noteworthy that no traces of soot have been found in the underground rooms, so the question remains open. How did the ancient Egyptians illuminate these rooms while working on bas-reliefs? Unknown flying machines. Egypt. Abydos hieroglyphs found in the Temple of Osiris in the ancient city of Abydos. South America. Inca golden plains, 4-5 cm in size, were found in the 19th century in the tombs of the Inca chiefs of the Tolima and Cumbaya cultures, on the territory of the present-day Colombia. To date, 33 planes have been discovered. Interesting fact. German aviation enthusiasts in 1997 created real aircraft based on these prototypes. They were scaled up to 16 times aircraft models that could actually fly. Moreover, perform aerobatics. Unknown technologies of stone processing. The Nabatean kingdom with the capital city of Petra. 1st millennium BC. Temples and houses carved out of the rock. In the rocky desert environment, garden cities were created, a unique system of water supply. The Nabateans reached such heights in the principles of hydraulics that we could only reach in the 21st century. At least 40 liters of water per person a day were available to 30,000 residents of the town. This is the bare minimum necessary to maintain the hygienic standards to the urban population. Open-air observatories. Archaeological findings and modern scientific research prove that people in ancient times possessed unique knowledge of astronomy. Observatories had been discovered all over the world, suggesting that ancient civilization carried out remarkably accurate astronomical observations. Göbekli Tepe area in present-day Turkey. A huge megalithic structure perfectly aligned with the stars is located in the southeast of present-day Turkey. It is at least 12,000 years old. Stonehenge, territory of present-day England. 82 megaliths, 5 tons each. 30 stone blocks, 25 tons each. 5 huge trilithons weighing 50 tons. The quarries where these stones were extracted from are located about 300 kilometers away. There is a theory that Stonehenge was built as an astronomical laboratory to observe trajectories of the Sun and the Moon. Karaunj, territory of the present-day Armenia. An astronomical observatory 7,500 years old. Academician P. Haruni came to the conclusion that the architecture of the ancient observatory of Karaunj is an earth reflection of the constellation Swan. Gezek Circle, the territory of the present-day Germany. Neolithic structure built to observe sunrise during the solstice. Gezek Circle was built approximately in the 5th millennium BC. Archaim, territory of Russia. The proto-city of Archaim was also an open-air observatory. This ancient observatory made it possible to observe 12 astronomical events. Nabta Observatory, Abu Simbel, Sahara Desert. The oldest monument in Egypt, scientists estimate that this structure was erected 7,000 years ago. It is a detailed calendar and astrophysical map that contains accurate information about the Orion constellation and the 3 stars of the Orion's belt. Besides monumental megalithic structures, of significant importance is the information about the ancient peaceful cities, the traces of which have been found by the archaeologists around the world. All these proto-cities were built using the knowledge of astronomy, geography, geophysics and geodesy. Noteworthy is the existence of a unified system of signs to convey information long before the creation of writing. Lack of signs of social inequality. Proto-cities. Çatalhöyük, 7th millennium BC, 7,000 people. Archaim, 2,500 people. Kukuteni Tripilda culture, late 6th millennium, early 3rd millennium BC. Maidanetke, over 15,000 people. Harappan civilization, late 4th, late 2nd millennium BC. Mohenjo-Daro, over 30,000 inhabitants. Interesting fact, in all these cultures there was a veneration of the divine feminine principle. Archaeologist and cultural scientist Maria Gimbutas said the following: the generative capacity of any civilization is determined by the level of creative and aesthetic achievement, by the presence of intangible values and freedom, which makes existence meaningful and joyful.
I would like to pay my gratitude to the team who worked on collecting the information for this video, and it inspires so much. And friends, I'm sure you'll agree that the open-air observatory in the 5th millennium BC is very impressive, and it will be interesting to read your comments, what inspired you, what facts or artifacts, what observatories, what images impressed you, because this is the history of our ancestors, and it is very rich, and it would be great to hear your opinion. And also right now, I would like to talk about the next Kaleidoscope of Facts conference. We've seen today that it talked about the pyramids, and we see that in different parts of our planet, technologies, developed to a really high level, and with what it was connected. Was it thanks to the extraterrestrial contacts? And in the next Kaleidoscope of Facts, pyramids and paleo contact, we will find out more information about that. And right now, let's watch the trailer.
Pyramids and paleo contact. Higher civilizations from other planets and pyramids. What connects them? Dendera Temple. Mysteries of the temple of the goddess Hathor in Dendera. To build the pyramids, sacred knowledge is needed. Who were the people who built those complex devices? Sacred symbolism of the pyramids. What messages are encrypted in the geometry of the pyramids? Pyramids in the creative society. What role do the pyramids play in the synchronization of humanity? Cyclicity of climatic disasters. The pyramids inform about the dates of the coming cataclysms. Will humanity survive this time? It's time to return the truth to people. Kaleidoscope of Facts. Pyramids and extraterrestrial civilizations. initiated by the participants of Allatra International Public Movement from Israel, Turkey, and Kazakhstan.
So, friends, we invite you to watch this Kaleidoscope of Facts, and also we invite you to search for the information. If you're interested in participating in the preparation of this Kaleidoscope of Facts, get in touch with the scientists who are ready to talk about it. You can write to info@allatra.tv and join the team. And right now, let's return to the current topic of the Kaleidoscope of Facts and the topic of peaceful cultures. Especially the Harappan culture that lived in the Indo place. And our next speaker, Sarah Umar, will talk about that.
The scholars who had written about it had very briefly touched the religion of the people, Indus Valley people. And whatever they had written, it was related to that. They had easily connected it with the later religions of the land, that is Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism, without giving much thought to what the people of that time period really believed in. Because their connection to later religion, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism, was based on the fact of a few seals that were found from that civilization. There is a famous seal on which a person is sitting in a yoga posture. And they connected it with, the Hindus connected it with Shiva, because their god Shiva sits in that posture. And all the iconography that we find out of Hinduism, Buddha sits in that posture, and Mahavira, the 24th Tirthankara of the Jainis, also sits in the same posture. So it was very easy for the scholars, when it was excavated, to connect it with the later religion, because that iconography was available. So connecting it was very easy. This was what I tried to find, that what the people of that time period really believed in. Because one of the things that really touched me was that this civilization, when it started in 6500 BC, it is only 1000 years later than Mesopotamia and 1000 years earlier than Egyptian civilization. And it is the only civilization, it remained intact for a good 5000 years. It dispersed around 1500 BC. But in those 5000 years, we do not see any evidence of bloodshed. We do not see any evidence of any weapons or any weaponry being produced, which is unlike what we see in Mesopotamia and Egypt, where people were fighting over land, money, etc. But here, people were not doing that. So it was very important to understand what the people of that time period really believed in, because whatever they believed in, whether they believed in one god, they believed in multiple gods, or they did not believe in any god. But the other argument that I gave was that the people of that, through which I proved through the infrastructure, is that the people of that time period were peaceful people. This society was based on equality. And when we look at the history of any religion, we see that there are two parts to every religion. Even today, one is the right that every fellow being gives to his a human being. And the other is that you believe in a certain deity or you don't believe in it at all. So through the infrastructure, when we look at it, we find several examples when we see there is equality in this society, there's no disparity. Through the length and breadth of this civilization, we have one kind of infrastructure, one brick size. Through the length and breadth of the civilization, we have one style of pottery. We have one type of jewelry. Whether it is a city, whether it is a town, or it is a village, same things. Can we say that for our society today? Even in America, can you say the things that you find in California, can you find them in Texas? I don't think so that will be true. And what about the villages and the main cities? The things that are available in New York or Washington, are they available in the remote areas of America even today? So this was the kind of people they were. They were the inventors of the present day toilet seat. They were the inventors of the present day bathing tub. These are the inventions. Their sewage system was at par. The scholars working on ancient civilization gladly quote that their water and sanitation knowledge was what they saw after 2000 years in the Roman civilization. Before that, no civilization in the world was so good of developing the sewage system. We see a dam in one of their cities. So when you're constructing a dam, that means that you have a lot of knowledge. Because even today, if you want to construct a dam, it takes a lot of effort and takes a lot of calculations and mechanisms. So they must have been excellent, because if they could keep the civilization intact for a good 5,000 years, so they must have been very sensible people, I must say. And I'm still working on it. I'm still trying to find linkages on it, because I think that they must have believed in a God. Because without the guidance of a God, it's very difficult to keep the people intact. We see that genetics today tell us that there was an influx of people always throughout the length of the civilization, from Central Asia, that is the Russian states, and from West Asia, that is Iran, Iraq, and Europe. So genetically, there is in our genetic makeup, especially in the people of Pakistan, we have Turkish blood, we have West Asian blood, we have Central Asian blood in our veins, because this was one of the people were coming in. But what were the people of this civilization doing? They were accommodating them, and due to this accommodation, they were expanding. So you can only expand and you can only receive, I think, guests in your house if the female of the house is at peace, and obviously if she wants to do that. And I think this is one of the reasons that the facilitating and the accommodating and the hospitality that the South Asians give to their guests even today is one of the reasons that this is something that has traveled culturally to our. And if you have a chance to ever come to South Asia, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, you will see that when you go to any house, even in a village, and you know even those people, even they will not let you go out of the house if it's dinner, lunch, or breakfast time. So the people of this civilization were accommodating. And I think this is one of the mindsets, and I think females must have played an integral part. Without their support, men could not have done much.
Спасибо большое, Сара.
Thank you very much, Sarah. We absolutely agree with you. It is very important to understand what the people of antiquity believed in. What were their values if for thousands of years they managed to maintain peace and harmony with each other? We recall and will remind you that in many peaceful cultures of that time, there was a veneration of the divine feminine principle. And what was the basis of this veneration? With what knowledge in particular? Let's listen to our next speaker, an art critic, the founder of the International Festival Movement of 8 Arts, League of Sound, from the Netherlands, Irina Simons. Hello, Irina. I greet you everyone, my dear friends, and with great joy, because it's so particular, special topic and very deep one. It's such a kaleidoscope of facts dedicated to the great feminine principle. Actually, the legends of antiquity bring us great knowledge about the main points. Before I go to the point and talk about the unifying basis, the life-giving basis, the divine feminine principle, I would like to quote give a couple important quotes. It's Lao Tzu's quote from Tao Te Ching, which says that gaining of the mother of the world means gaining of life eternal. And the second quote is by Khalil Gibran, famous poet and mystic and Sufi. Many religions talk about God in a masculine gender. In my eyes, he is both the mother and the father. In order to meet God in his mother form, we must go through love. As of today, our civilization, unfortunately, we can see that it is in decline, severe decline, and gradually they erase the image of the universal mother from human consciousness, but this image is actually the foundation and support of spirituality. Thousands of years ago, the reverence of the Mother of God, of the Mother of the world, was at the highest level, and she was in all cults like the earth, the sun, the water. The mother goddess was embodying the nature and all the life-giving principle of life. The cult of the mother of the world was, from ancient people, was a natural part of all cosmic processes and the engine of the powerful forces of nature. And in particular, the feminine principle was in the predominant position. Therefore, the images of the great universal mother were paramount, and this is confirmed by anthropologists, archaeologists, historians. As a result of studies and excavations, can you see the first image? She's so beautiful with her arms raised above, and the earliest mentions of such goddess was made as Paleolithic Venuses 40 to 50,000 years ago. Wonderful figurines we can see on the screen, and thousands of figurines which depict the mother goddess were found on a vast territory which extends from Western Europe to Mediterranean and to Siberia. These figurines are similar in some points, and this proves that it's not just primitive images of women, but it's very deep symbols of the mother goddess, which gives life and nourishes the entire universe. And as we know, symbols actually convey knowledge. The English poet Robert Grace, who wrote a mythological treatise, The White Goddess, he believed that the cult of the mother goddess testifies to the power and greatness of the divine feminine hypostasis on earth during the period preceding the formation of a new human civilization. It was kind of a golden age in old, very ancient antique times, before the new human civilization was formed. So in other words, her governance was in proto-civilizations, which knew some secrets of the universe and the great knowledge which we are nowadays are deprived of today. The cosmic aspect of the Great Mother, or Mula Prakriti, which contains everything in itself and generates everything, was perceived through the images of various goddesses in various myths of different peoples and different historical periods, but all of them actually are various manifestations of one and the same single image of the mother goddess. The great feminine principle is manifested in ancient cults. Astadasha, Astarta, as we can see in this picture. In Greece, she was known as Aphrodite, the goddess of love, Ishtar, Inanna, Allat. In the Middle East, in Iraq and Syria, the goddess of love, heaven and water. In Tibet and Mongolia, she was worshipped as Dukar, or the White Tara, and these are frescoes from Sri Lanka. In Egypt, she was revered as Isis, the goddess of the sky. In India, the cult of this goddess, the goddess Lakshmi, was revered, and she was revered under various names, Uma, Parvati, Lakshmi, etc. And all of them actually were hypostases of Mahadevi, the only single goddess Devi. In China, she was known as Guan Yin, and she was also standing on the lotus flower. And in Christianity, we know her as the Mother of God, or Virgin Mary. In some myths, she played the role of the Mother Goddess and the Mother of the Sun. Here we can see the universal tree which connects the earth and the sky. She's considered to be a source of water. There is another wonderful image on the screen right now which depicts the Mother Goddess as the tree of life. She was always portrayed as the source of eternity and immortality, and mainly she was a participant of the creation of the world. She was identified with the earth, with the primordial waters, with the primeval chaos, with the tree of life and the world act. She was actually the world creating cosmic principle and nature. And in myths always reflect the level of the knowledge of civilizations. And by number of reasons, we in contemporary science do not have this knowledge. So it is very important to see this system of values in ancient legends and symbols. And this system gains even more topicality right now, because for many millennia, sincere people, sensitive people were listening to the voice of the of silence, and they knew what it meant. Some sources were translated into writing, into symbols. Others were in form of sacred geometry. And throughout the history of the existence of our civilization, the cult of the Mother Goddess was surrounded by numerous symbols, which actually cipher and decode in themselves great store of knowledge. And here you see we have such a peculiar and very subtle topic. We should draw attention to this, because since ancient times, since remote antiquity, all gods usually, all sharp lines are considered to be masculine, but soft lines, curved lines are considered to be feminine, like spirals, curves. But the main shape in the earth, which is associated with feminine principle, is the sphere, the ball. The sphere is the mother. In addition to cube, which has a masculine shape, these are the two most important symbols of reality when it comes to the basic principles of creation. But the feminine sphere always was predominant, and the spheres were absent everywhere. And the basis of our entire existence actually is made of the balls, of little spheres, of various sizes, like atoms, neutrinos, electrons. These are all spheres. Stars and the Earth and the Moon are also spheres, and the entire universe, from microcosm to the macrocosm, are composed of various types of spheres. Also, we have color light waves, and everywhere in the world there is an image of 19 spheres surrounded with concentric circles, which is called the flower of life. Can you show us the picture, please? Thank you. Many researchers believe that in this image the mystery of all creation is preserved, and the basis of this knowledge is the shape of a sphere. And this is the most feminine shape in the world. In the Varab Hisadek's book, The Ancient Secret of the Flower, they try to decipher this image. The author reveals that inside this flower of life, there is the Taurus, the egg of life, and the tree of life, and these three models actually create everything in existence. All the models which I mentioned, the egg of life, Taurus, and the flower of life, composed of feminine forms, feminine shapes. And if we go back to Mrs., could you please show the Allat sign, because this is actually the greatest personification of all feminine principles. It's the circle and a crescent. It's the might, the power of creation, the creation of everything. If we refer to the mythology, all ancient cosmogonies were beginning with the primeval mother goddess, and from her body there emerged the cosmic egg, or the body of the goddess was the material from which the entire universe was created. If we look at the chicken egg, here we see the picture. We can see a center, which is a membrane, covered with a membrane, the center of this, and this actually is an example of an egg cell. Just like in egg cell, there is liquid inside, the primordial, primeval waters, and inside there is also another sphere, the feminine protonucleus, which contains 21 plus 1 chromosomes to create life. In Vedic cosmogony, there is such an understanding as here in Yagaba, the golden fetus, which flies or flows in the cosmic waters. In Ayurveda, it's in Rig Veda, it's the image of Prajapati, the primeval deity, and in Vedas, the symbol of the golden fetus actually has a different meaning. According to Mahabharata, Brahma is born in the egg. Could you please show this image? Wonderful image. You can see, just like in Allatra, there is Allat symbol, the crescent, and then the golden fetus, it flows in the primeval waters. And by the power of thought, Prajapati actually separates the egg into two halves, the upper part, which is heaven, and the lower part, which is earth. And there is an air space between them. And then the 5 elements emerge: water, fire, earth, air, and ether, and as thought. And later, stars, time, mountains, valleys, seas, rivers, and finally people, their speech, their passions, their anger, their joy, and all the feelings and all the contradictions which are in a person, and all the contradictions and opposite concepts such as heat, warm, heat, cold. And the Brahma is separated and divided into 2 parts, the feminine and the masculine ones. And that's where duality arises. In Upanishads, the Ishvara, creator, was described as the one living in the world egg on waters. Also, there is a myth which depicts the emergence of a floating Panas, a divine creator from the primeval waters, who is shining with light, his bodiless deity with wings. In Egyptian ring, from the world egg, the great bird Gagatun, the sun arises, and according to the Finnish epic Kalevali, from the lower part of the egg, the Mother Earth came, and from the upper part of the egg, the heaven emerged. In Russian fairy tales, we also see this motive of the egg which was dropped into the water. In China, there is a very famous myth about Nuiva goddess and progenitress. Actually, it is mentioned in the book Sensei, the Primordial of Shambhala, by Anastasia Novych, book 4. And Nuiva was considered to be the creator of all things and people. In Tao Te Ching book, it is said that in the chaos before the earth and the heaven emerged, there was the Tao, which was bodiless and shapeless, and we can consider it the mother of the celestial. And this Tao is the creating principle and nature of everything. In the 3rd century AD, there are legends which said that the entire universe initially was sort of like a chicken egg, and the progenitor Pangu was born from that egg. And when he died, parts of his body turned into various cosmic phenomena and elements of the relief, like his breath became the wind, his hair became constellations, his limbs became mountains and plants, and on his bodies there were parasites who turned into people. If we analyze all the aforesaid, we can notice that the image of the world egg in myths of various peoples of the world actually are associated with the cosmic egg. And the idea of the emergence of the universe as some personified divine power. Can you see this? At this image, we can see the egg and the heavenly sphere and the feminine principle as a symbol of this egg. It's actually an alpha and omega of all the things among everything that is generated. and all this space, creative space inside which the universe is emerging and life emerges in all its manifestations. And this life breathes in each of us as well. Such understanding of the world for ancient civilizations was quite natural, and it was their everyday understanding of the laws of the universe and their role in them. Also, I would like to quote the book Allat by Anastasia Novych, The Primordial Sound. Could you please show the icon? The primordial sound generated the universe in the shape of a sphere. Could you please show another picture with the creator who creates a sphere? It's the last picture. It will be our last one. Yes, this one. The primordial sound generated the universe shaped as a sphere. It was the world cosmic egg, the golden fetus, the primordial power, and on its surface, by the impact of the powers of Allat, the matter began to be created. Thanks to the Allat powers, and in our Mises we know it as the mother of all existing and the creating divine principle. She's the mother bird. She's the will of God. She's the power of this God thoughts. And by their will, matter began to interact among each other. So, in our eyes, we can see the act of creation. And this is the real miracle, the real wonder, and the primordial physics of divine laws. So various attempts to kind of eradicate all the memory of the Great Mother never led to any success. And at all times, people try to preserve the feminine power, the feminine principle in one or another form. And today we already get convinced again that this is true, and we have to go back to our sources. We have to save our knowledge and save ourselves in the future, because the creating power of the Mother of God, life-giving power, is present in all manifestations of cosmic life, earthly life, and in us people as the active and most important manifestation of the highest form of love and creation. If we are aware of this, and if we open up and come into resonance with this greatest, tremendous feminine power, feminine force, we will surely meet the Creator in his non-material form, because only through love we can unite with the divine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Irina. Thank you so much for your speech, for this interesting information that has been voiced. And you know what I recalled? Many myths and that people used to think that they were myths. We find a lot of information, for example, like from the tribe of Dogons, is now become facts. And everything, all these things were described in the myths and legends of the Dogon tribes, and now scientists actually prove it. And we are so inspired right now to build a creative society so that these facts and these myths, they would find the proofs thanks to the scientists and experts who will be working in this direction. So thank you so much for your amazing information.
Жизнь наших предков была очень интересной.
Yes, the lives of our ancestors was very interesting and rich, and we praise honor to the scientists who, despite all obstacles, continue to work selflessly and inform society about the findings that destroy the illusion of the wildness of ancient peoples. And what also interested us is that in the everyday life in ancient times, people were surrounded everywhere by numerous signs and symbols that indicate that the worldview of the ancient peoples was focused on spiritual development. And signs and symbols still exist in the modern world, regardless of the fact that most people do not understand their meaning and the power of the influence of impact that they actually do. Basically, signs and symbols are the keys to the spiritual treasury of human society.
Наталья?
Natalia?
Yes, I take the word. Thank you very much for the fact that you started talking about signs and symbols. You look at the monuments and archaeological artifacts, we can depict and we can see the differences and similarities, but more similarities than differences. The placement of signs and symbols in artifacts show that people possessed spiritual knowledge when they lived. And as Irina Siemens mentioned today, according to numerous research, it was identified that knowledge, signs and symbols actually transfer knowledge, and it's a great scope of knowledge in a sign. And the understanding of a sign is actually explained by Igor Mikhailovich Danilov in a video, so let's watch it.
What was a sign? A sign is a transfer of information, meaning the sign, it carried information and it really influenced, it really worked. This is indeed so. Later on, we simplified it all a little, distorted it, and now we already have to write a lot in order to convey the necessary information, well, and our life has become more difficult. There is a lot more to describe, that's why everything is so technical, so complicated. Before it was simpler. The essence was there before, transmission of exactly the main point that one wanted to convey. So then, again, one and the same sign, it conveyed a lot of various information, depending on who placed it, how and for whom. But it is only a sign, yet it was the carrier. But why was all this possible? Because people, they had not only analytical skills, meaning mental activity, but also perception through feelings. And they perceived it all at the level of feelings. And now our character script, meaning our written language that we read and write, this is precisely the process of superficial perception, meaning the work of consciousness.
Indeed, listening to Igor Mikhailovich, and when actually I analyzed the artifacts that show the worship of the feminine principle, actually we come to understanding that, like in the book Osmos, it says that words can be forgotten very easily, but the experience which a person has gained will never be forgotten. Indeed, we can see that representatives of various archaeological cultures, they shared through signs and symbols, they shared their knowledge and experience, spiritual experience. If we look at the female figurines which are covered with horizontal lines, we can say that on some figurines, for example, if we look at hips in Anao culture, that some speakers showed us today, actually we see zigzags, curved lines and waves. It turns out that waved lines actually are the most ancient symbols of energy and like main characteristics of energy. If it related to spiritual sacred knowledge about a human being, it turns out that the number of curved lines or wave straps actually indicated with the energies of which order and which dimension a person was working in his or her spiritual practices. And also this actually symbolized the work with the invisible world as such. I will step by step will tell you why I actually publicly voice these conclusions. In fact, a great scope of humanitarian knowledge of the world scientists show the availability of spiritual knowledge and indications that people actually had practices and they did practical work. According to Irina Siemens, there is sacred geometry, which is an accepted concept in sciences. And according to the sacred geometries, all the curved waves or round lines actually actually are considered to be feminine, and we can see that such symbols are similar in many archaeological cultures. If we look at the Sisklo culture in more detail, which already was mentioned today, in the ceramic items of this culture, we can see triangles, zigzags, and Boris Rybakov, the doctor of sciences of archaeology, he mentioned that the highest deity cannot be seen. That is why the people of the Sisklo culture depicted what they felt, because the divine feminine principle cannot be seen, but it can be felt. That's why it was transferred to the shape of the figurines. They are faceless. And by these feminine figurines, we can see that hips and breasts kind of put in a circle, and all the image together looks like a crescent. And Vladimir Semyonov mentioned such a pattern, and in such world famous historians and chronologists associated rhombus with different principle. And this information is available in free access. You can look at all the works of academicians, historians in their scientific works. And if we speak about Turkish culture, Bulgarian culture, these excavations which were done there, according to Henrietta Todorova, Ivan Bastiev, they all talked about the characteristic of this basic worldview of people of 8th and 5th millennia BC, and a rhombus was like a independent motif which can actually combine several rhombuses in the Neolithic era. If we take the Trypillian culture, the ornaments with triangles and rhombuses with several additions usually placed in the lower part of the belly of a figurine. And according to Boris Rybakov, nothing was done in vain by ancient people. They did it on purpose. And Andrei Ambros, archaeologist, doctor of sciences, confirms this data. I'm actually so joyful that scientists, even when they rely on some strict patterns and laws, they actually admit that a rhombus is a cult symbol. It doesn't relate to magic or esoteric knowledge, but it is scientifically proven fact by humanitarian scientists. Indeed, we can make a conclusion based on the analysis of and fundamental research of historians and culturologists that a rhombus is the symbol of spiritual liberation. Why has they made such a conclusion? Even what we've seen now on our today's event, we can see that there are various elements of this composition, and there are so many elements of semantic meaning which make us conclude that a rhombus is a symbol which is encountered in many cultures, and actually all people understood it in the same way. One of the ancient symbols also is an eight-pointed star, and in 4th to 6th millennia BC, the eight-pointed star first emerged in the east, in China, even in South Turkmenistan, Pastos Atavala in Ecuador and Peru, and even Maori tribe in New Zealand also had such symbol. Also, I'm very delighted to know about the Granada University research in Spain. They dedicated many articles to the eight-pointed star as a symbol of transfer of spiritual knowledge. And actually, these researchers identified that an eight-pointed star, especially when there is a square inside of it, it looks really similar to the star of the Neolithic cultures such as Chinese, Ecuador, and Peru in South America. This conclusion is what we discussed together with Esteban when we were considering the artifacts of South America. The eight-pointed star in South America, it was called Sosapastas in Amazon region. Scientists, our colleagues from Granada University, determined they compared this Sosapastas with the image of the Mother of God. Please note It was the very first image of the Mother of God in the Roman catacombs. It was the very first depiction of Bethlehem star, which was symbolically portrayed as eight-pointed. From that time, this eight-pointed star with eight beams, it is complying with the principles of the connection with God and the Godmother. And actually, this eight-pointed star, if we translate it correctly, it embodies Virgin Mary. Many people know about that, and we encountered this on the coat of arms of the Roman Pope, for example. And the eight-pointed star is often depicted on icons, including the one which we've seen on the screen and which we see on the screen now. We can see the eight-pointed star put on the square, and actually this contains the spiritual transformation of the energy, human energy structure, when a person is getting spiritually liberated. Also, by the example of a rhombus, we can speak about the transfer from a personality from the material world to the spiritual world. There is information that ancient inscriptions on stones and inside caves with symbols and signs, they showed and symbolized various spiritual practices. Now let's proceed to some more interesting information. Why we contemporary historians make such conclusions? Because such answers are already provided in the works of famous scientists, and maybe some of you already know, and you can read such works again. In particular, the archaeologist Maria Gimbutas describes that the sanctuary in Çatalhöyük, near the residential houses, and in the houses themselves, the walls were drawn with, covered with symbols, and there were motifs of a life-giving, birth-giving mother or woman. It is usually encircled with rhombuses, triangles, or crescents of horns, or double triangles. Here we can again see a rhombus and triangles, which depicts and symbolizes new life. Actually, symbols accumulate, I would say, the patterns of the socially significant meanings, and this is the conclusion made by Ernest Sassisen when he analyzed these artifacts. And the joint research together with Alfred Whitehead, they concluded that symbols actually result in some spiritual activity, and any symbol translates a social and cultural experience of a person, the one which actually lived through. And Ernest Cassirer and Whitehead, Alfred Knott, also, they actually determined this from analyzing various iconographic data and myths. Also, when I looked through Jacques Lacan's philosopher Jacques Lacan's works, I also came to conclusion that the symbolic order of symbols actually reflects the creating function. And actually today we have the title of our conference as the creating power of life, the creating power of the Mother of God. Also, Alfred Schultz, a sociologist, mentions in his works that ancient people described their society, and through this, actually, a symbol was a part of reality. People, indeed, they depicted everything that happened to them in symbols and signs, and we can see this. We can see these pictures now. These are unique. This is unique heritage of humanity. It is our riches. Also, Claude Lévi-Strauss, anthropologist, a highly respected scientist, he wrote that people used symbols and signs to show their cultural experience and practices, and it was really symbolic. A symbolic fact which was determining for people, because in ancient times people did not need writing. It's a very important point which we will discuss on the Kaleidoscope of Facts today as well. Also, Rina Siemens mentioned today that the symbol of the foremother, of the mother bird, was Allat. Actually, actually we find the Allat word for the first time in Arabian culture, Allat, goddess of Arabs, but also we found the name of the sign Allat. Is it associated with a woman? Because a woman is a source of God's love in this world. And all this conclusion, this understanding I encountered in the works by the famous Belde professor from Belgium, Belde Durich. He described the Göbekli Tepe complex and petroglyphs in them, and he saw many crescents with horns pointing upwards, which are called Allat. It turns out that the Allat image as a horn or a crescent in ceramic items, in linear culture, as a crescent or as a symbol of a moon deity in casts. If we also look at the Tibetan culture, the archaeologist Vera Balabina and her colleague Natalia Burdo, they said that actually the ceramic items contain symbols of goddesses as a symbol of young moon or crescent. And as a metaphor, these are horns. There is also an image of a great goddess with horns. They called it as non-verbal sacred text, which didn't require script. The archaeologist, the doctor of science Taras Tkachuk, analyzed trypillion symbols and found a crescent symbol there, or the full moon symbol. And he also compared the symbols of the territory of Bulgaria with Starcher or Karanova cultures, where people were actually depicted in the Aranta posture. We can see the same in the works by Victor Saraniadi in Turkmenistan. Moreover, all these conclusions confirm that such scientists, for example, as Alexei Losev or Yuri Lotman, their names are already quite respected and significant in contemporary history, because they concluded that what people depicted in the past actually is an information property. This information will never go anywhere from people's memory. That is why in modern times we can interpret these signs and symbols. Also, Alexei Losev, doctor of sciences, mentioned that a sign and a symbols kind of manifest what people felt. Famous linguist and philologist Boris Uspensky mentioned that a symbol of a crescent has the meaning, very significant meaning in Christianity, and it was adopted from ancient societies and is associated with the Mother of God. Also, I would like to conclude with the notion that the semantics of ancient cultures to eliminate all doubts that indeed these signs and symbols, sacred signs and working signs, could be used also as a symbols of a spiritual person who practiced this knowledge and who can transfer them, could transfer them and share this knowledge with others. And this is such a discovery that people shared spiritual knowledge. We found it in Jean Baudrillard's works. Jean Baudrillard wrote that when there is knowledge, there is creation. Just listen, friends, how precise his words are. He said that when the knowledge is lost, then like the process of consumption begins, and an item begins just an object of accumulation, but not worship of the feminine principle. It is also interesting, as Sir mentioned that by gaining these symbols of ancient cultures, a person gains himself. And final, last but not least, I would quote Oswald Spengler's words that symbols of ancient cultures preserve the content of a differently arranged world. That's why today we are talking about the Great Mother, the Mother of God, as the creating power. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much,
Thank you,
Natasha.
Natalia.
Провели экскурс в жизнь древних
Well,
народов.
friends, we have just conducted an excursion into the life of ancient peoples. We saw how important a role in their lives was to the great, to the mother goddess, to the creative divine feminine principle. And we found out that it was not formed by chance. It was based on the knowledge of the laws of the universe, on the understanding of one's inner spiritual nature, the worldview of a free creative person. Yes, this is true, and thank you so much to all of the participants who prepared this information. Thank you, Natalia, for giving us so many quotations of different scientists from all over the world. And I think that right now our viewers just won't have any doubts that these signs and symbols, they truly passed the alive knowledge about the inner nature of a person. And right now, let's summarize. So, the peoples who revered the creative divine feminine principle in ancient times had an absolutely peaceful way of life and a creative vector of development of society. For their time, they had a very high level of technology development, and we see quite complex city layouts, observatories, open-air observatories, and in Archeum, we have seen 13 astronomical buildings and also aggregation facilities that provided water to all people, which is the most important resource for life. Also, people were provided with most necessary things for living. As I said before, there were no traces of clashes and confrontation. And the art of the ancients, like drawing signs and symbols and the household objects, as we just mentioned, it meant that they lived in the inner world. This inner life with love and gratitude gave a true sense and gave essence to the life. Thank you so much, and let's move on.
Greetings, dear friends. Many thanks to all the speakers who just have voiced so detailed story about ancient cultures that revered the divine feminine. All these facts, they are impressing very much. And in all these facts, the divine feminine was very sacred. And in continuation, let's consider another interesting fact about our topic. I'm passing the word to the next speaker.
Hello, everyone. The origin of the universe is associated with the element of water. Water is the source of life itself. In the book Allat by Anastasia Novohit, in the sacred knowledge of the universe, water was a symbol of a different world, different from the earthly one. So often, this was also a connection with the spiritual world. Masses of peoples of the world, according to the search of anthropologists, in particular Olga Kashinova, Doctor of Sciences, they indicate the presence of knowledge, and the symbol of the water of the Great Mother was water, the expression of her power in the form of water. This metaphor is also associated with water, which gives life to plants and living things. The French art critic Gaston Bachelard considered the symbolic meanings of water is to be a language for expressing the eternal flow of an element. On Tripillian artifacts, we can find symbols of water and heavenly moisture. In ancient Egypt, the wavy lines symbolize immense waters, order waters. Chinese believe that a water is the place where the dragon resides, because all life emerges from water. In the Vedas, water is called Matritama, the most motherly, because in the beginning of time, everything was like a sea devoid of light. In India, water is perceived as the guardian preserver of life. The waters are immeasurable and immortal, the essence of the beginning and the end of everything on earth. The projection of the mother image onto the waters endow them with various properties characteristic for a mother. In the cosmogony of the Mesopotamian peoples, the depths of waters were considered to be a symbol of immeasurable impersonal wisdom. The clarity of water and its depths were associated with the feminine principle. The Babylonians called it the house of wisdom. Ethnographer, doctor of science Yuri Berezky and philologist Evgen Duvakin summarized that in various mythologies, water is presented as the primordial initial substance. We know that Aphrodite is born from the sea foam. Also, the Slavic goddess Makosh is associated with water and wells. On wells, there was the image of Friday, of Pyatnitsa. It's a later analog of the goddess Makosh. The Scythian goddess Api was depicted in the waters of a spring. Now let's watch a fragment of the video from the video with the Igor Mikhailovich.
Here's another letter that came from a woman, Igor Mikhailovich. The thing is that after the program, she took much interest in the history of female groups, and she found and sent to us some very interesting information, asking to comment on it if it's possible. It is said that in ancient Sumer, temple women who were called Naditu, god sisters, enjoyed a special status. In Mesopotamia, there was a cult of goddess Inanna, Akkadian Ishtar, the water-giving goddess. Inanna is mentioned as the supreme deity of Sumer. Temples of Inanna had at their disposal a lot of female acolytes. In ethnographic studies of the ancient city of Mari, we find that the jug of water, which the goddess holds in her hands, was connected to a spring, and during very holiday, it was probably a holiday of gathering water, water was flowing abundantly from the jug, into which faithful people dipped their fingers. Life-giving water, that's what her cult was dedicated to, first and foremost. And actually, it turns out that the care for water was basically women's prerogative at that time. And we find a lot of goddesses who were water keepers or who were giving water. In Egypt, it was Heket, and this name is also precisely in Persia. She was called Anahit. In Greece, every water spring, without exception, was associated with the name of a female goddess. And why so many cultures, so many nations, and such reverence for a woman with water? What did it mean? What kind of allegory is that?
Well, this is very simple. This is exactly, as you've said, an allegorical reflection of the essence of a woman herself. After all, it wasn't only the matter of water. It's generally believed that water was not easy to access in the East, and it was valuable. But this cult wasn't only in the areas that lacked water. It's just that water actually gives life to a lot of things. Well, basically to everything that is living in this world. Water is the source of life, just like the light is. Well, just as what a woman gives. That very Allat is the source of life, but also of life eternal. While water gives temporary life, the power contained inside a woman can give not just temporary life, but the eternal one. And that's why goddesses were endowed with such a domain.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich. I think that our viewers will be glad that they've got answers to their questions.
According to myths, women created the world out of water. We know from history the names of some of them. The Sumerian goddess Inanna, Egyptian goddess Isis, and the studies by Vladimir Rothschild and Olga Ramach testify that goddesses were the world-creating principle. In Finno-Karelian mythology, Ilmatar was the mother of water, the foremother. When Ilmatar was alone, once she was alone in the world and was flying across the empty sky, looking at the earth without any living beings. Then she decided to create living beings from water, and this was the creation of the world. After that, she was able to give birth to a child, the first human named Hamanunin. And then she opened his head out of water surface, and she began to create waters and began to last her workings, nor commenced her creations. Ilmatar created mountains and valleys, bays and rivers. Ilmatar gave birth to a son. Thus a hero, Wainamoiner, the wonderful sinner, famous progenitor, was born by his mother, the goddess Ilmatar. In Africa and Latin America, Orisha are the spirits of one god, and all of them are creator. In African Yoruba people and Latin American cultures, these creator goddesses, the mediators between heaven and earth, they support life on earth and order and balance. Orisha Maya is the mother goddess, the patroness of women, the embodiment of the Ogun river. Her name means mother of fish, or mother whose children are like fish, which hints at the fertility of the goddess as well as at her aquatic nature. Yamaya is associated with a certain image of the Virgin Mary, Regent de Regla. Mythology of Aztec mythology, Chirchilgole, she is dressed as Jadi, the wife of the rain god Tolok, the goddess of fresh water, running water, who controls all waters on earth. She was depicted as a river from which a pear tree grew, full of fruits, symbolizing the human heart. Also, the goddess was depicted as a young woman sitting among a stream of water. She was responsible for streams, springs, rivers, lakes, and seas. The Aztecs saw it as a symbol of clear, clean, and wholesome water. The Slavic goddess of water, Agdel, sent fertile rains for plant sprouting. Agdel possessed the ability to balance the soul and to expel evil from it. Sacrificing herself, Agdel saved the earth from the heavenly heat and breath of Aspid. She rose to the very filament of the earth, of the sky, and covered it with her wings. Then she became moisture and she flowed, and where she flowed, grasses and forests began to turn green, fields began to head, and gardens began to blossom. That's how happiness and joy settled on earth. The expression "live in water" served as a figurative expression of the inexhaustible abundance of spiritual goodness. In Christianity, the Mother of God is the source of life-giving water. There is a good quotation: healing to souls and bodies through prayer, the river that flows before all, the blessed Mother of God, who flows wondrous water for us and washes away the blackness of the hearts, cleanses the slough of sin. As Saint Nicholas of Serbia said, the living water of which the Lord speaks is a life-giving divine grace that nourishes and waters the soul and introduces it into eternal life already here on earth. This life-giving grace, having settled in a worthy person, becomes in him an inexhaustible source of life, joy, and power. Archimandrite Kirill Pavlov said, in this conversation, the Lord promises both the Samaritan woman and all those who believe in him to give living water springing up into everlasting life. We know that everything dies without water. Where there are no water, there are no trees and plants. And everything can be covered with sand, and such places are called deserts. Just by their appearance, they bring fear and despair in the human soul. Such is the importance of material water in our life and the life of the plant world. But also there is a living water, heavenly water, which is even more essential and important, which the Lord commands everyone to seek. The water is first of all the graceful teaching of Christ. When it gets accepted by the soul, it gives the soul bliss and life. On the contrary, when the soul does not have this teaching, the soul is yearnful, it withers, becomes stony, and the whole person's life becomes desert-like, where there is only fear, sorrow, and torment. Therefore, dear brothers and sisters in Christ, we meet the development of the topic of the meaning of water in the conversation of Jesus Christ with a woman from Samaria. Let's watch an extract from the video with Igor Mikhailovich Daniel.
In the Bible, in the Gospel of John, there is a moment when Jesus asked a woman for a drink of earthly water. And he said to her, that everyone who drinks this water will be thirsty again. But whoever drinks the water I give them will never thirst. Indeed, the water I give them will become in them a spring of water, welling up to the eternal life. These are profound words. Again, they can only be understood with an open heart, as they say in religion.
Иисус утолил жажду души женщины, так как она
Jesus quenched the thirst of the woman's soul because she longed for God. Living water is a symbol of this aspiration. According to St. John Chrysostom, he explains that by living water, the Lord Jesus Christ meant the grace of the Holy Spirit, as the one who has the sacred spring within oneself will never be thirsty, so will not he who has this water. In the Bible are the following words: "If anyone thirsts, let him come to me and drink. He who believes in me, as the scripture has said, out of his heart will flow rivers of living water." For the Lamb who is in the midst of the throne will shepherd them and lead them in living fountains of water. In Isaiah 12:3, there is the prophet Isaiah's promise to be chosen people. With joy you will draw water from the wells of salvation. The psalmist spoke of his soul, which aspired the God like a deer to streams of water. God promised, "For I will pour water on him who is thirsty and floods on the dry ground." Come, everyone who thirsts, come to the waters. The life-giving grace of water, having settled in a worthy person, becomes in him an inexhaustible source of life, joy, and strength.
Yeah, thank you so much. Among the various attributes in the description of the Mother Goddess, in different cultures, we can find her close proximately to water. Different peoples call this living, giving source in different ways. Some of them called her Astarte, Isis, Canaan, May Melody, the Great Mother Umay, and many other goddesses. But all of them were considered to the patroness of the waters. We can find a lot of evidence for this in the history of ancient cultures. For example, in ancient temples of Egypt, divided to Mother Goddess, the presence of a reservoir was necessarily provided for. This was necessary in conducting rituals related to the birth, baptism, and purification of a person. These processes were considered by the Egyptians not only as an external physical effect on a person, but the specific properties of water, but also as moments of communication of divine spiritual power. The reservoirs represented the waters of the mother's womb of the goddess, and immersion in water symbolized a new birth for the initiate. In spiritual transformation of a person, the action of the feminine principle was mandatory. We can see that in the images of different mother goddesses, the symbolism of vessels is often present. That is, the goddesses either appear themselves in the form of vessels or carry vessels for storing water or milk as their attributes. Among the attributes of the goddess Isis, there is so-called emblem of Ma. It's an amulet in the form of a jug that's emanating jets of water, which the goddess wore around her neck, and a situla, a vessel for storing milk. Also, an interesting fact that in India, the habitat of the goddess Lakshmi from ancient times was considered to be reservoirs, oceans and seas, rivers, lakes, and even swamp. Can you imagine even swamp? Because it created conditions for the growing of lotuses, and it was also explained that the water feeds life. Where there is no water, there is no life. It would probably be possible to interpret such an attitude to water as natural, especially in those regions where water storage is especially felt. But the goddesses with the water were also worshipped on the territory of Europe, where the climate is quite rainy and there is no issues with water. And at the same time, in Europe, where the river bore the name of a goddess, and every goddess was associated with the source of particular river. And all these facts, they lead us to the idea that ancient times people put a sacred meaning in their veneration. They described in simple daily examples the deep internal processes of person's spiritual transformation, what inspires person and what fulfill it with life. Of course, it's only love. Only love makes us alive. And Mother of God is the conductor of the love into the world. Its essence is one. But due to distances, different conditions of development, and simply the separation of peoples, since ancient times it has acquired multiple images for people. But from ancient times, the Virgin as the source of eternal life has been preserved by all the people. Let's watch the small video. Thank you.
At all times and in all cultures, people have venerated the feminine nature, the life-giving, creative power of the Great Mother, who by the will of the Heavenly Father has been creating and giving birth to all life. As ancient people used to say, behind the veil of the visible, there is the eternal and ceaseless breath of all the existence. Myths and legends preserved sincere love and reverent attitude of people to the Mother Goddess. Tara is one of the main bodhisattvas of Buddhism. She embodies the limitless compassion and activity of all Buddhas. Her name is translated from Sanskrit as saving, savior, as well as star, a guiding star leading travelers with her light through the unbounded oceans of reincarnations. It is believed that this wise goddess guards the four higher paths on which one walks. But these paths are also open to the four great winds, which seek to prevent man from reaching his goal. According to legend, Tara emerged from a tear of Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, who had been thinking for a long time about how all living beings could be saved. On the spot where his tear fell, a lotus flower rose up, and the goddess Tara emerged from it. The Buddhist text, the 108 Names of the Venerable Arya Tara, states that through the protector Amitabha's power or inspiration arose she who is known as the Mother of the World. With her great compassion, she is dedicated to rescuing wanderers, like the rising sun and the light of a full moon. It is customary to distinguish four forms of the goddess: white Tara, black, red, and green. The green hypostasis of Tara is one of the most popular forms. She is always depicted sitting on a lotus throne, rising from the waters of the ocean. She performs the mudra gesture of generosity with the right hand, while holding a blue lotus flower in her left hand. Shiva is the goddess of life of the Slavic peoples, creative constructive energy, radiating life into the world of people, the goddess of life-giving and healing energy, the patroness of living water, Amrita. In Sanskrit proto-language, Shiva means life. Niva goddess is well known in Chinese mythology. Niva is the mother ancestor, gently sliding into the other world like water. She has a connection with both the earthly and the heavenly worlds. In legends, she was called the creator of all things and people. This creative divine female hypostasis was characterized by the blue-green color. The attributes of Niva are considered to be a reed mouth organ, Sheng, the moon disk, a feminine symbol, or the square, the symbol of the earth. She was associated with the victory over the black dragon, the embodiment of evil, and the restoration of cosmic balance. In Egypt, the Great Mother Goddess had several hypostases. She was worshipped as a water spirit, an earthly spirit, or a heavenly spirit. One of her hypostases was the goddess Isis. Isis was represented in various forms, as a woman with a green face, as a cow in the hypostasis of the goddess Hathor, as a cat in the hypostasis of Bastet, and as a bird in the hypostasis of Vajit. Noteworthy is the headdress of Isis, an attribute in the shape of a crescent with horns upwards and a circle on it, the sign Allatra, as well as the Egyptian cross Ankh, which means eternal life, the key of life, the symbol of immortality. The service to goddess Isis elevated the personality and made the human soul more refined. In the sacral interpretation, her name signified a transitional state, something that connected with another realm. In the later period, the image of Isis became identified with the sky goddess Hathor, the daughter of the sun goddess Hathor, worshipped by Egyptians as an ideal of femininity and motherhood, was referred to as the golden mistress of love. From the ancient times, turquoise and malachite were gifted to her, the mistress of Dendera, as well as the deposits on the Sinai Peninsula where these semi-precious stones were mined. Green and blue were considered by the Egyptians as the colors of eternal life, ruled by the daughter of Ra. "O you who walk so widely," an ancient poet addresses Hathor, "so in emeralds, malachite and turquoise, like stars, when you bloom, I bloom too, bloom like a living plant." Dwelling in the trunk of the sacred sycamore, the goddess gives sacrificial food and sacred water to the souls of the departed, who wander on their way to the realm of Osiris. Only by having tasted the gifts of Hathor, the souls can reach their goal. After drinking the sacred water, they gain the secret knowledge of the other spiritual world. For this reason, the following epithets were bestowed upon her: the Great Mother, the Goddess of Love, Spiritual Joy, the One shining in the rays of Ra, the Great Woman, the Creator of all living. The Sumerian civilization gave a predominant place to the mother goddess under the names of Inanna and Ishtar. Her main characteristics are motherliness and purity. She was known by many names and epithets such as Ninhursag, the mother of the land, Ninsikila, the pure lady, Nintu Ama Kelama, the lady who gives birth. She was also Nemu, the goddess of the primordial ocean, who was to be worshipped for more than 1,000 years. Inanna was glorified as a lady and mother who gave birth to the gods. She was at the same time the queen of earth and the queen of heaven, the builder of that which has breath, the carpenter of mankind, the carpenter of the heart. The Iranian goddess Advisur Anahita, a Western literal translation, Advi the mighty untainted, is the goddess of water and fertility, to whom a separate hymn, Advisur Banu Yasht, is dedicated to the sacred book of Esther. Originally, the word Advi meant the source of the world's waters, flowing from the divine realm of light and giving birth to all life. Anahita is the angel who presides before the Lord God over waters. From this, it is clear that Zarathustra's words, "Do not offend Advisur Anahita," mean do not pollute the pure water. The river is flowing all the time, it doesn't sleep, and Advisur wanders flowing ceaselessly. Advisur Anahita bestows good fortune to all who speak good words, have good thoughts, and do good deeds. The Avesta teaches that its heroes should serve as role models first, before they require people to follow the moral principles of Zoroastrianism. In Carthage, the virgin goddess Tanit was especially worshipped. She was often depicted symbolically as a rhombus, as letter T, or a triangle with a disc on top, and two ox, resembling a figure, or as an image of an open palm. Sometimes she was depicted as a crescent and a disc. A temple dedicated to Tanit was discovered in the South Phoenician city of Sarepta. The inscriptions in this temple indicate the sacred connection of Sibyl with the moon goddess Astarte. In pre-Islamic times, the Arabs of Arabia worshipped a goddess of heaven and rain named Allat. It is noteworthy that agreements among the Arabs were sealed by an oath. I swear by salt, fire, and Allat, who is above all. In the pantheons of the gods of the Arabs of the Syrian desert, Allat was considered the consort of Allah and the mother of gods. There are inscriptions in the Khatri and Palmyrene texts that speak of the goddess organizer of all things. Her name is Allat. Temples in Al-Taif and Hatra were dedicated to her. Moreover, the Arabs worshipped not some image of a female goddess, for example, as was the custom in India, but a sacred to them white granite stone with jewelry which was considered to be associated with Allat. We also find a mention of Allat in the Quran. Have you thought upon Allat and Aluza and Manat, the third to the other? These are the exalted Garanig, whose intercession is hoped for. In the cosmic mythology of the indigenous peoples of Central America, the most ancient in her origin is the Mother Goddess, who created the world, the goddess of fertility and spiritual purity, whose attributes are clothed with a lattice pattern, spinning wheel, as well as signs, equilateral cross, circle, allatra, and allat signs. Over time, she manifested herself under different names. Chalchilutilkwe, the goddess of fresh water, lakes, seas and rivers. She was depicted wearing a skirt of jade. Tenantzin, our mother, was a mother goddess, personification of the earth and a lunar deity. Tosi, our grandmother. Her attributes were objects necessary for spinning and weaving. Tlatzolteotl, a goddess of fertility, is one of the most ancient deities of Mesoamerica, which goes back to the goddess with braids. Her distinctive features are the half-moon nasal incision and two spindles. Chalchilutilkwe is translated as she of the jade skirt. The goddess Danu was revered in Celtic mythology. She was associated with water. She was considered the foremother of all living things and the mother of the gods. Such rivers as the Don, Dnieper, and Dniester, as well as the Danube and a number of rivers in England, were named in her honor. Saraswati was an ancient river in Vedic India. In the Rig Veda, the Devi Satam hymn is dedicated to her as the Queen of Gods, as the light for the saints. In many sources, Saraswati is translated as one with plenty of water, flowing river, and she is called the Mother of Streams, the Mother of Rivers. This shows her origin as one of the 7 sacred rivers, also having a female form. Along with Saraswati, Lakshmi is also worshipped in Hinduism as the goddess of well-being, prosperity, and happiness. She is the consort of Vishnu and represents his energy. According to legends, Lakshmi originated at the beginning of creation, rising from the primeval waters on the lotus flower, which symbolizes spiritual knowledge, purity, and liberation. The manifestation of the goddess herself was the golden lotus flower growing out of Vishnu's cosmic body. This lotus is the universe. One of Lakshmi's epithets is Lakamata, Mother of the World. The four arms of Lakshmi symbolize the four purposes of human life: Dharma, righteousness; Artha, well-being; Kama, love, pleasure; and Moksha, liberation. Lakshmi is believed to live where water is. Oceans, rivers, as well as ponds and swamps, especially if they create the conditions for lotus blooming, they all can be the abode of Lakshmi. Goddess Lakshmi is often depicted wearing a green sari, with the ritual sacred shells of shankars, twisted clockwise, to the right. These shankars represent the ocean, the source of life, the abode of Lakshmi, as well as blessing. They are an attribute of Vishnu and a symbol of the primary sound, Nada Brahma, the sound of the breath of Brahma. The goddess of the steppes of Tartaria is Omai. Goddess Omai acted as the supreme female deity. She was worshipped in the image of a white swan. One of the meanings of her name was Mother's Womb. It is believed that newborns are under her special protection. She protects a child until about the age of 6, till his inner world gets strong enough. She was worshipped in the form of water, as the bearer of potential life forms which can attain birth in the earthly world. That is why rivers flowing in the area or lakes became sacred. The symbol of Omai associated with the worshipping of water was the Cypraea shell. It was believed that fertile power lives in such a shell. The second meaning of the name of the goddess Omai is swan, because in the form of a bird she could fly in the sky, walk on land, and swim on water. She took part in the creation of the world. In ancient times, when there was nothing but the great ocean, the Omai swan dived deeply and dived from the bottom of the earth, from which mountains, rivers, plants, and animals grew. They say that it was the swan who laid the egg from which this world hatched. In her hands, Omai always held a golden cup, in which the souls of children were placed in the consecrated milk. Another symbol of Omai was a trefoil. That is why Turkic women wore trefoil-shaped earrings and necklaces. Omai emitted divine light, the rays of which penetrated people and lived in them until their death. These sparks kept a person alive. The spark of light was that divine power that connected him with the sky and was sent by heaven for his greatness. If the spark went out, then the person was dying. Amaterasu Amikami is the sun goddess, one of the most important deities in the Japanese Shinto pantheon. The shrines of Amaterasu Mikami are located throughout Japan, the most famous of which is the Ise Shrine in Mie Prefecture. Amaterasu Mikami means the majestic one who makes the heavens shine. She was born of the god Izanagi from the drops of water with which he washed himself after returning from Yomi no Kuni, the land of the dead. The sun goddess emerged from his left eye and the moon god Tsukuyami from his right one. The Japanese goddess of mercy. She is most often portrayed as a beautiful and righteous woman. Kannon takes many different forms. Sometimes she is depicted as Kannon the Thousand-Armed. In each hand she holds an object and is a sign of goddess' love and generosity, her willingness to respond to a prayer of every person. In Japan, she has other names and is depicted according to the name. For example, Kannon the Thousand-Armed, Kannon the Merciful, Kannon the 11-Faced Kannon. There is also an image of the goddess Kannon as the Divine Mother. pouring out the water of creation from a crystal vessel. The flow of this holy water is dispersed into a multitude of bubbles. In the mythology of the Manchurians, Evanks, and Nanai people, an archaic image of the mistress of the universe, associated with the elements of mountain, water, wood, light, embodying the creative and destructive forces of the world, has been preserved. The Nanai goddess Melody, paired with the supreme deity and forefather Grant or Hadao, creates the earth from serpent roots, twisting the primary waters. Parts of her body are like the universe. She watches over the passage of time, radiating light, sun-raven, and covering the earth with a blanket of stars. Melody emerges from the trunk of the tree of life, creates the first humans from a drop of blood. Goddess Melody is the first shamaness. She gives people sacred fire and makes drawings on sacred stones. As the mistress of waters, she changes the direction of rivers, opens the way to the other world, and becomes the mistress of destinies. The etymology of the name of the goddess Melody goes back to the Tongass word Mo, meaning grandmother, progenitor, dog, moose, bear. In different cultures, people created their own image of the mother goddess, attributed to her distinctive features, and gave her different names. There are many images, but the essence is one. Every person feels her love and support, care and creative power, which transforms him/her from within and gives spiritual liberation.
Water is an associative transfer of knowledge about the spiritual world and the power of Allat, which feeds the entire material world. Numerous artifacts and archaeological findings with signs and symbols tell us that in ancient times people transmitted knowledge about the origin of the universe through understandable associative examples. It is very interesting to look at this from the perspective of physics. And I pass the floor to Christina. Hello. It has been repeatedly mentioned today that the creative feminine principle is a conductor of the power of divine love into our world, the power that is at the heart of the creation of everything in the material world. She puts everything in order and makes you transform according to a certain plan. In ancient times, this power was called Allat. Let's watch a fragment from the video of the primordial allotrophysics.
Allat also denotes a common unit, the forerunner of time. Allat has multiple manifestations. In scientific understanding, Allat is a single unit of time, which has a great importance for all matter. If we take modern indication of earthly time, Allat makes up 12 minutes, more precisely 11 minutes, 56.74 seconds. When scientists get to the notion of this important particle of foundation, so to say, the main building block of the universe, there will be not just a grand revolution in science, there will be an evolutionary jump. Then scientists will understand what is hidden under the secret of time, and having realized that they will reveal the true process of matter formation in the universe. If people know the essence of Allat, they will get huge opportunities.
The conductors of this force from the spiritual world to the material world at different times were the goddesses, the great mothers of the world. And today, an Egyptian goddess named Nut has been mentioned. The ancient Egyptians identified her with outer space and sometimes depicted her in the form of the ocean and even a dome, as a symbol that something else is hidden behind a visible image. Invisible and in many ways incomprehensible to humans. Sometimes she was depicted on the inside of the sarcophagus lid, looking at the mummy. Her body or robe, as usual, had a lattice or diamond-shaped pattern. In addition, mesh weaving and patterns were applied to burial sarcophagi and statues in ancient Egypt. They also testified to the idea of the ancient Egyptians about the invisible world. From the Allatra Primordial Physics report, it became clear that the lattice or diamond-shaped pattern is a symbolic designation of a spatial frame, which is called the Azosmic grid. It is also called the canvas of the world, the energy frame, the matrix. Let's watch an excerpt from the video Primordial Allotrophysics about the Azosmic grid.
At the core of the material universe, there is a specific spatial frame, non-material structure, the isoosmic grid. Any resident of the three-dimensional world would perceive this energy structure as a very flattened object, in appearance similar to a flat brick, with a psi height of 1/72nd of the size of its base. In other words, the isoosmic grid has a flat geometry. The ability of the material universe to expand is limited by the size of the isoosmic grid. Within the isoosmic grid, there are 72 dimensions. For more information about 72 dimensions, please refer to the book Allatra. Everything that is called by modern science the material universe exists only within the first 6 dimensions, and the other 66, in essence, are controlling superstructures which restrain the material world within a certain constraining framework, 6 dimensions. According to the Asian knowledge, 66 dimensions, from the 7th through the 72nd inclusive, also belong to the material world, but they are not material in their essence. Outside the isoosmic grid, as it was stated in Asian sacred legends of various nations of the world, there is the spiritual world, a qualitatively different world which has nothing in common with the material world, its laws and problems.
Throughout the world, a lot of different artifacts have been found that confirm the primordial knowledge that an isosmic grid lies at the heart of the material universe. And right now, let's take a look at what makes it possible for isosmic grid to exist and what role the Great Mother plays in this. Any material structure, including the isosmic grid, can exist only with the presence of energy, the force that gives life to all matter. And as the previous speaker said, it is called the living water and or moisture that feeds everything. And the power and the great goddesses are the conductors of this divine creative power of Allat to our world. So what happens in the Azosmic grid? Knowledge about the processes in the Azosmic grid was transmitted using the symbols of weaving and spinning, which had a sacred meaning for many people. So using the example of handheld loom, the instrument of the creation of the universe was explained. The creative deity weaved from threads, weaved the pattern signs into the fabric or the universe and determined the life and fate of everything. And in many myths of ancient people of the world, it is indicated that weaving was carried out precisely by the female goddess as an act of cosmic creation, a continuous process in which transitory events, threads were woven into ever-changing pattern. Interestingly, spinning was an attribute of the Great Mother, as well as the moon goddesses and weavers of fate,
Let's take a look at the examples. The first, as mentioned earlier, it was the patroness of fate, fertility, water, spinning, and weaving in East Slavic myth, Makash. One of its attributes was cornucopia, the Allat sign, the crescent horns up. Another example is the goddess Neith, who in ancient Egypt was revered as the original goddess of skies, wisdom, and weaving. According to myths, at the beginning of time, she stretched the sky on a loom and weaved the world from primordial waters. Also, it is the name Neith is also associated with the world water, which indicates the connection between Neith and the goddess of primordial waters. This knowledge was among the peoples on other continents, thousands of kilometers from these places. It is interesting that some of them still have ancient elements and attributes of the goddess creator of the world. Clothes with lattice pattern, spinning wheel, as well as certain signs, circle, Allatra sign, and Allat. Let's summarize. The entire material world exists thanks to the power that comes from the spiritual world, the power of Allat. This is the creative divine power that the Holy Mother, the Mother of God, conducts into our world, the force that turns chaos into order according to the God's plan and makes everything develop, transform, collapse, and renew. And thanks to the manifestation of the power of Allat in the exosmic grid, we can observe the stars, galaxies, and everything else. And most important, thanks to this power, a person is transformed into new spiritual being. And this is just a small part of the information about exosmic grid and the processes taking place in it. You can read more about it in the report Primordial Allatra Physics. And the next speaker will tell more about the colors that I mentioned, blue and light blue.
Thank you very much. Blue color, what is associated with? Blue, as you know, symbolizes the sea, the sky, and hence the presence of God in the world through his creativity. If we talk about the color of the sky and the sea, at different times of the day and year, it can be various shades, from dark blue to pale turquoise. But all these shades of blue were originally considered the female color. Together with white, sky blue is the color of the Great Mother. It symbolizes her heavenly purity, reminds of the heights of the Holy Spirit, personifies the highest spiritual power. Swiss psychologist and developer of the color test, Max Sedischer, highlights the symbolism of blue, the primary maternal principle of unity, love, and dedication. Red is the color of change, and it has become a symbol of the victory of life over death. The Mother of God is usually depicted in a blue dress and red or purple mantle. You can see it's on the icon, which is called the Lady of the Burning Bush, and Kupa on Old Slavic means connection, evolution. Of Kupi means together. Blue is the most calm and least material of all colors. The American historian Faber Biren writes in the book Color Psychology and Color Therapy, under the influence of blue, time disappears and things seems lighter. In the blue color, we feel a deep spiritual aspiration to the unearthly world, to the sky and its endless strict sound. In the Sanskrit language Pali, in India, the word dark blue, Nila, also means meditation. Also, blue and blue-green and green are sacred colors in Islam. Green is the color of the renewal of all living things. The golden and white color is a symbol of the sun and divinity. Color is created by light. God is light. Light, purity, spirituality lead a person to the truth, to God. And let's look the colors in the images. Golden is also one of the attributes of the Mother of God. We can see the Mother of God orange on the unbreakable wall mosaic in St. Sophia's Cathedral in Kiev. We can see shades of blue robe on the Mother of God stands out clearly against the golden background of smalt. The radiance is visible around the figure of the Virgin, and this effect is created by the color palette of the mosaic. Blue smalt has 21 shades and green smalt 35 shades. The pieces of the mosaics are placed in different angles in such a way that their lighting changes. A person who looks at the image of the Virgin with a spiritual vision can see a green light shining from her. And similar mosaics there are in Greece. Mosaic of Horus Lucas Monastery in Greece, and also Hora Mother of God that is in Constantinople. And there is a title, The Space of One Who is Outside of the Space. The Hagia Sophia in Istanbul. We can see the color of the clothes is dark blue on the gold background. The light creates an effect like a floating Sophia in the sky. Looking at her, peace and love comes to the soul of the worshipper. This is maybe the only temple of the Mother of the world, Sophia, which accommodates the history of two religions, and it is a functioning mosque in which I have seen both Catholics, Orthodox, and praying Muslims. So Sophia is wisdom uniting people for centuries. Also, in the Virgin Mary as the Queen of spiritual sky, an air blue robe is also presented as a woman clothed in the sun with a crescent onto her feet and a crown of 12 stars on her head. Sometimes they also attach a blue mantle dotted with stars to the 12 stars on the head. In France, there is a cathedral, Notre Dame de Chantres, and it has a stained glass window of Our Lady of Chantres. The highlighted of the local stained glass windows in a blue color of a unique shade known as a Charter Azure. The masters of the charters managed to achieve a special shade between blue and green. The Mother of God, who is often called the Blue Virgin. About Buddhism, Batso Canon, the veneration of Canon as the ancestor of the living beings is based on the 25th chapter of wonderful Dhamma Lotus Flower Sutra, and it is written, the eyes were like large white petals of a blue lotus flower. The face surpassed the radiance of hundreds, thousands of moons gathered together. The body was the color of pure gold, decorated with the signs of innumerable hundreds, thousands of virtues, full of greatness, radiant and shining, full of signs of perfection. And also, during the Edo period, Japanese Christians were forced to hide and used statues and images of the goddess Canaan as a mother with the child in her arms, made of white or blue porcelain as a substitute for images of the Virgin Mary, which were prohibited at that time. Also, if we look at the goddess Tara in Hinduism, her other names are Saraswati, Lakshmi, and etc. And it's often she's often called a green Tara, and she's depicted with a blue lotus or a lily with the long blue petals. Luther believed that the symbolism of the blue flower reflects the fulfillment of the ideal of unity. The blue lotus also was a symbol of the goddess Lakshmi, Isidra. Isis. Among the names of the goddess Isis are the following: the creator of all green, the virgin of abundance, the virgin of green crops. She is spoken as giving life to the fruits of the earth, the mother of green ears. We see that all the goddesses are endowed with the similar epithets and color symbols. Thank you.
Да, Татьяна, и это действительно так. Для получения этой гаммы цветов в изображении богини Богородицы.
Yes, Tatiana, this is really so. In order to obtain this range of between blue and green, mineral dyes were mainly used for the images of goddesses and virgins, and minerals for plants were taken from a variety of materials such as malachite, azurite, and turquoise, jade. Depending on the region the material was available, could be imported. Despite the limited color palette, when composing paints in the image of female goddesses and the world, spiritual masters sought to achieve a complex blue-green shade. As for a reason, let's think that this color may contain encrypted information about something very important. Let's consider this point from the perspective of physics. What is color? It's an electromagnetic wave with vibrations within a certain range of hertz. Its frequencies. It's from 380 to 770 terahertz, which makes up the entire visible spectrum that the human eye can perceive. Also, let us recall that the human body is at the same time an emitter of certain electromagnetic waves, but also receiver. Signals coming through the sensory organs, the eyes and ears, can tune our brain to certain resonant states. This is true for both music and color. So, as a matter of fact, here we are talking about an electromagnetic wave with certain characteristics, which are indicated in historical descriptions and images associated with the worship of the feminine principle and the spiritual world. But the range from blue to green is quite wide. Making allowance for the limited composition of colors available for the image, we can assume that the resonant frequency which we are looking for will be somewhere on the border between these two colors. And if we divide the entire visible color spectrum into 12 equal parts, as suggested by such scientists as Maxwell and Lusher, who have deeply studied coloristics and its influence on humanity, on a human, we will see that the border color is the so-called cyanide or aqua, the sea wave color. It is equally blue and green at the same time. And now let us listen to what scientists say about the influence of color on the human body. Before the kaleidoscope, we managed to interview an artist, a colorist, a doctoral student at the Department of Color Dynamics of the Budapest Polytechnic Institute, the publisher and author of the theory of biocolors, Stefan Magyar. He studied in detail the influence of color on a human and developed a method, psychophysiological correction by means of color.
So we got these results, then, using a mathematical system of algorithms. We built a color biofeedback program in which an encephalograph, a screen, and a computer were applied. And then there was already an impact with the help of color on beta, alpha. These are the rhythms of the brain. They were built exactly according to the system, which means beta rhythms are about a physical factor, alpha rhythms are about an emotional factor, and theta rhythms are about an intellectual factor. And this is how they were divided in a 12-step color range. There was a screen of more than 300 diodes.
The laboratory studied the effects of color using the method of biological feedback by electroencephalogram, the so-called neurofeedback method. The electroencephalogram is recorded with help of a telemetric encephalograph. The signal acquired goes on the computer to be processed and decomposed into electrical activity frequency ranges, that is, electroencephalogram. Then the signal goes to the control board to form the dependency of color intensity of the EEG rhythm's amplitude. At the moment one can observe the full color spectrum of the LED matrix changing in conformity with an EEG pattern. The colors displayed are changing synchronously with EEG changes owing to the special computer software. For example, in the experiment presented, green color is affected by the power of brain alpha rhythm, usually common in relaxed state. The other rhythms influence the intensity of other colors. An operator can see the electroencephalogram on the computer monitor. A height of color columns corresponds to the same color brightness of the LED matrix that is to the power of the certain brain rhythms. After the training session, people usually are reporting to have experienced decreased anxiety, tiredness, and bad mood states. Thus, the method of color effect using biological feedback by EEG may result in decreased anxiety and depression without pharmacological medication.
As we could see in this video, exposure to colors is quite efficient for correcting the psychological state of a person. One of the first studies they conducted on Antarctic winters, who during their stay in Antarctica, during the polar night, experienced a strong color hunger, which led to deterioration in both the intellectual and mental and physical condition of people. By means of the installation which showed earlier, it was possible to correct their state, and the research was carried out between 2014 and 2015 at the Antarctic station Academic Vernadsky. Now let us watch the following excerpt from with Stefan Madjar, where it is said about the influence of the green-blue spectrum on the human body in particular.
The dark blue color covers around 400 nanometers, but it depends on the shade, because there is a whole range of dark blue, which starts with ultramarine, then dark blue cobalt or blue cobalt, and then turquoise and all the rest. But the point is that to some extent, for example, dark blue is very rare in nature. But if we take, let's say, clay or color red, scale insect, which was used to get red color, that is the origin of the old-fashioned word red in Russian language, and other colors which, as a rule, were generally available, and in some cases, the name of the material became the name of the color. The dark blue color is from lazuli, lapis lazuli, or rather a semi-precious stone, which was made. But besides, there was a certain base of spirituality here. A person looked at the sky, and he looked at that infinity, meaning that a certain inner need, as they say, was created in him. The dark blue exhibits a low frequency but intense energy. If you take energy in terms of energy exposure, as such, for example, the need of recharging your body with blue, it takes longer adaptation processes than using red. If you get into the red color zone, it very quickly begins to irritate you. And the green is soothing. There you find, as they say, a balance of the red in the green. Because in the spectral circle, if we take the two colors, red and green, they balance themselves to an even degree. For example, if we want to balance a big purple stain, all we have to do is place a small yellow stain, and that's it. And the balance will be re-established. This is seen in the color wheel. Here, it's very easy, and artists use it. Here is that inner balance of a person and his needs. As we are surprised that there are Muslims, there are, say, Jews, there are Catholics and Orthodox, and so on. But nevertheless, in their symbolism, these colors fulfill practically similar function, because in these colors there is what a person needs to be, as they say, spiritually close or spiritually balanced.
The influence of color on a person is huge, and its effects are no less than sound. Harmonious, correctly sounding colors generate peace, quietness, and love. This was provided by the German scientist Hans Wilhelm Müller-Wohlgemuth, who conducted experiments on the effect of color on the human psyche with his students. When watching it, the blue color, the vegetative system calms down. The blue color calms the nervous system. The pulse and blood pressure indicators decrease, and breathing slows down. The dark blue color evokes a serene peace. The French physicist and mathematician Louis Bertrand Castel started with Kircher's acoustic theories to convey music with color, and discovered that color is created by vibrations just like sound, and that blue is the color of God, and the sound of God is note do or si, the initial first note of the octave, and thus is the associated with the blue color. Castell thought of music of color as a lost language of paradise where all people speak the same language. More details in the next speech. Thank you.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Hello, dear friends.
Изучая тему сине-зеленого цвета,
Studying the theme of blue-green color, the color of the Virgin, we conducted a very interesting research and approached this issue from the perspective of sound. After all, what is light or color? It is the same sound, only we perceive it with another sense organ, vision. Both light and sound have the same nature, wave, and are measured by wavelength and vibration frequency. We were interested in the fact that the range of visible light covers 1 octave. The sound range is also divided into octaves, and there are 14 octaves allocated in it, only 10 of which can be heard by the human ear. In fact, we see the ranges of light and sound are measured in octaves. Frequency is a number. If we increase the frequency, then we move on to frequencies that we cannot hear, but we see. That means that at the end we come to the color range. The same note that was previously in sound we now see in color. And if we take some note from an octave of sound, then it always necessarily corresponds to some color on the spectrum. And they will be harmonious. They will resonate with each other while sounding, contemplating, because they have multiple frequencies and therefore have a similar effect on a person, causing a sense of harmony, for example. Let's go further. In our world, everything is arranged in a very interesting way. Everything repeats itself fractally. The harmony of music is also present in outer space, only it is reflected in cosmic rhythms. What rhythms exist in space? The period of revolution of planets, stars, around around the axis and around other stars. The rotation of galaxies themselves. These rotations occur with certain periods, and these are the rhythms. That is the space sounds. So the musical range in music is a reflection of cosmic rhythms in sound range. I found an interesting study conducted by Vladimir Yashkardin. His research showed the connection between cosmic rhythms and musical range. In his work, Shiroko Part 2, Wave Energy and Information, in 2013, he calculated the musical sequence based on the cosmic rhythms, namely based on the duration of solar day, that is, from the rhythms of sunny day. He calculated all the frequencies of the musical series, and the famous Swiss mathematician Leonard Euler calculated the same musical range 250 years before him, but in a different way. For reference, Leonard Euler is a scientist who made a significant contribution to the development of mathematics, as well as mechanics, physics, astronomy, and a number of applied sciences. The author of many scientific works, articles, and books. Euler is one of the geniuses whose work has become the property of mankind. In the picture, you can see the calculation of the scientists. In 2018, the researcher Yashkardin read Euler's letter to German princess written in 1753, dedicated to music and its secrets. In them, Euler showed how to calculate a harmonious musical series, which at the same time he wrote was used in music. Euler relied on the primes 2, 3, and 5, which give harmonious musical tones. These rows are 100% identical, and you can see in the picture showed together. Vladimir Yashkardin in his work gives calculation of the color of the notes for the musical scale. It is enough to lower the color spectrum of the rainbow a few octaves down to the musical range, and you can see the color of the notes. The figure shows the result of these calculations from the work of Yashkardin. In particular, green corresponds to the note Do, blue corresponds to the note Re. It was interesting to calculate whether there is a note that corresponds to the blue-green cyan color, or as we assumed, the color of virgin. And it turned out that such a note exists. It is a do diesis note with a frequency of 270 Hz. When tuning the La note on a tuning fork at 432 Hz. What else is interesting about the do diesis note? For example, the length of the Earth year is related to the do diesis note. From this note, the annual note of the Earth, the Hindus tune sitara. It is customary to sing the sound Om in do diesis and appeal from the Earth to the cosmos. The musical row, which we are talking about today, is harmonious with the astronomical cycles. At the same time, the musical row built on the note La, 440 Hz, doesn't correspond to these cycles, doesn't correspond to the solar days, doesn't correspond to the rhythms of space. Since the middle of the last century, when the international standard of tuning all instruments to 440 Hz was introduced, we have been listening to this kind of music. But thanks to music, we can enter to resonance and plunge into a spiritual state. But only that music that is played on instruments tuned to a tuning fork frequency of 432 Hz. The Mother of God, like a tuning fork, adjusts and organizes everything. It tunes human souls to the wave of creation and love, whether to resonate with the divine.
There are multiple manifestations of the spiritual world. The inner desire of a person not to lose this spiritual connection, to express his love and gratitude, gave birth to creativity and harmony, expressed in poetry, music, and canvas, which are transmitted from generation to generation. Prayers of appeal to the Mother of God are another tool that leads to communication with God. I would like to note one important fact, that the prayers at first glance are different goddesses, but they say one thing, that they turn to one Mother of God, to one love of God for all, with a single request to connect with the spiritual world and become a part of it. Next, I pass the floor to Gulnara. Hello, dear friends. At different times, people addressed deep and sensual words to the goddesses who personified the divine feminine principle, which contains the source of spiritual forces. We felt that being filled with this power, this life-giving love, a person feels real life, which no material wealth can give. The spiritual development of society was sometimes replaced by spiritual decline. True knowledge was distorted, but everywhere and always there were grains of truth in prayers to the goddesses. I will read out a couple of lines that will show the essence. All glorious, mighty, arrived in peace, to be united in heart with Ra, her father, mistress of Perik, mistress of the crow, goddess of the sun. Also, they addressed to the goddess Hathor. The one who gives life, mistress of Abaton, lady and mistress of Pi. In ancient Egypt, they turned to the goddess Isis, the all-glorious mighty goddess of the sun. I'm all here, so please accept my soul and protect it with your heart. And the prayers of Akkadian goddesses Ishtar and Inanna. I pray unto three Lady of ladies, goddess of goddesses, O Ishtar, queen of all men, directress of mankind, where thou dost regard the dead leaves, the seeker rises. And in Hinduism, they refer to the goddess Parvati. Oh, auspicious Parakashti, please look at me, who am far away from you and in a miserable condition. Shower your compassion on me through your beautiful and lengthy eyes appealing. And in Christianity, they say the following words to the Holy Mary: "Save me, Most Holy One, as you wish and as you know, mighty Mother of Almighty and living God." And the love of people to the Holy Mary, please save us in salvation. And I pray you, the Mother of Mercy, to protect me still in the love and thy care, the Blessed One. Each one of the goddesses is an image, the essence of which is Allat, divine love, in other words, a veil, a cover that protects a person from the darkness of this material world, the veil of God's love. People feel this love descending on them, and their souls respond. From this, they feel love, gratitude, joy in the spirit. This is the true filled life. And a person strives not to lose life in the spirit, but to cultivate what he feels, accept the spiritual help, and not lose the chance to come to God. And in addition to what has been said, I suggest watching an expert from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilo of Consciousness and Personality, from Inevitably Dead to Eternally Alive.
Igor Mikhailovich, we have now mentioned the Mother of God, who today is the conductor of the divine powers of Allat for many people around the world. And it is no coincidence that since ancient times she has been portrayed with the sign of Allat with a veil. Nowadays, a lot of people turn to her in their prayers as to a quick helper in spiritual matters. Yet, quite often, due to inculturation, she's associated with earthly images, with bodily images, with images that are acceptable to one or another nation, while in reality, it's a tremendous God's power.
Yes, people often perceive the Mother of God and associate her with a material image. But again, everything holy is spirit, and the Mother of God is the greatest spirit.
Friends, and now we propose to consider what the Prophet said about the divine feminine principle. What information has been preserved about it in the writings of different religions of the world? I pass the word to the next speaker. Greetings. When you look at the variety of female goddess of the ancient Semites, there is a question: why are there so many of them? Let's look at the names of the goddess Astarte. Ashtorte is Greek corruption of the Aramic name Astarte, Atargata, or Tarata. Among the West Semitic tribes, Ashtaroth, Hebrew; among the South Semitic, Ashret of the 10th, 8th centuries BC. Ashtart is called the goddess of love, spiritual, not carnal. She is considered the queen of heaven, the goddess of spring, the goddess of morning and evening stars, mother of nature, the goddess, the lady, the virgin. Her mission is to return God-man to the primordial bosom of the Most High, overcoming the separation of two principles, the human and the divine. According to Francesca Stavrakopoulou, Doctor of Theology of the University of Oxford. All those born on earth are good men, restored and born again from the good Father in heaven. She leads a person to God. A statue of Astarte is the sign of the crescent moon on her head, so it's the sign Allatra, and it's one of the symbolic symbols of her is cross Anh, which means the internal life. Just like in ancient Israel, in the ancient world, the goddess was the object of the greatest worship. Images of Astarte are found all over the Mediterranean as the Phoenicians brought her cult to all countries where they established their trading colonies. And it was in this way that her worship was practiced in Tyre, Carthage, Malta, Sicily, Sardinia, and Spain. On inspirations in Sardinia, Astarte has the title of mother. In Carthage, she is depicted with a tambourine or with the dove of her bird. And let's now see about the mother of Shirmina. In Judaism, in the rabbinic literature, with the name of the Shekhinah, they call the manifestation of the God Yahweh in the material world. Shekhinah is the feminine word, so when we talk about God as Shekhinah, we use the pronoun she. In Judaism and Kabbalah, Shekhinah is a term denying the presence of God. There are many references to the Shekhinah. Saadia interpret the Shekhinah as the intermediary between God and man. Yehuda Halevi said that the spiritual Shekhinah is invisible, but resides with every born son of Israel who leads a virtuous life and has a pure heart and honest mind. The Shekhinah is a bridge between the gods of our fathers and the remnant of Israel, between the spiritual and material world. According to the teachings of Judaism, before coming to God, he first learns love as the power of the Mother of God, Shekhinah, the Holy Spirit. In the ancient Midrash, we find a very interesting comparison with the king who proclaims through a herald, "Everyone who is away will see my face no other than they will see the face of the the queen." Shekhinah is what connects us with God. In Judaism, since the time of the ancient Jews, the Shekhinah is the mother of God, the conductor of God's love. People turn to her because she is a bridge between the material and spiritual world. And I give the floor to Renat. He will cover this topic from the position of Islam. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, dear friends. Many people may discover the place of honor that Mary, occupies in Islam. An entire surah, Surah 19, is named after her in the Holy Quran. Mary personality becomes a certain point of contact between Islam and Christianity, and her life is a source of wisdom for Muslims who love Allah. Allah Almighty quotes verbatim the prayers of Maryam's mother, Hannah, in Quran. Mention Muhammad, when the wife of Imran said, "My Lord, indeed, I have pledged to you what is in my womb, consecrated for your service, so accept it from me. Indeed, you are the hearing, the knowing." Quran Surah Ali Imran 3:35 Sahih International. Allah Almighty has chosen Maryam for a great mission. She was a special woman. In the Quran, Allah Almighty says that He chose Maryam and honored her by elevating her above all the women of mankind. And mentioned, when the angel said, "O Mary, indeed Allah has chosen you and purified you and chosen you above the women of the world." Quran, Surah Ali Imran 3:42, Sahih International. In the Quran, some of the names by which Maryam Mary is mentioned are Masuma, she who never sinned; Mustafa, she who was chosen; Rakia, she who bows down to God Allah in worship; Saima, she who fasts; Siddiqa, she who has faith; Takira, she who was purified. Maryam's life teaches us unwavering faith in Allah and doing His will. These lessons are invaluable and always relevant. She is the conductor of this love on earth, and for each of us, we can only come into contact with her through spiritual experience, through deep feeling, through love. The Sufi masters knew this very well and described these states very beautifully. One of the first saints in Sufism is considered to be Rabia al-Adawiyya of Basra, who lived in the 8th century. She was originator of the concept of pure love in Sufism, introducing the relationship between God and man, not as slave and lord, but as two lovers. One legend depicts Rabia walking through the streets of her hometown, Basra, carrying a torch in one hand and jar of water in the other. She is asked, "Why are you doing this? What are you trying to say?" She says she wants to put out the flames of hell so that people will honor God, not because they are afraid of going to hell. She was asked about the torch, and she said she wanted to set fire to the heavens so that people would not seek and love God for His promised heavenly goods. Thus, Rabia was emphasizing precisely love without interest, love that is not a bartering exchange between the believer and God. God's final messenger, peace be upon him, said, "He who likes to meet Allah, Allah likes to meet him. And he who dislikes to meet Allah, Allah dislikes to meet him." For these Sufis, God Allah becomes the point of concentration to which their whole being is drawn. God becomes the object of their constant contemplation and admiration. And this is a very important point. Their intention, whatever they may be occupied with, is not turned away from God, whom they call the beloved or the beloved, the friend, and this says much. They speak of love for God, the long for their beloved, the beloved. Love for Allah Almighty. God is the basis of the straight path, the righteous path of Sirat al-Mustaqim. There is a well-known tradition saying, to know God is love to Him. Thank you.
Далее мы передаем слово Эрику Джефруа,
And
исламологу.
now we're passing the word to Eric Gifroa, an Islamologist, a member of the Arabic Academy in Cairo, a specialist in Sufism, president of the Consciousness Sufi Association, author on more than a dozen books. Eric, are you with us? Hello.
Merci beaucoup. Bonsoir à toutes et à tous. Je suis très heureux d'être avec vous. Je vais parler
Hello, thank you very much.
quelques aspects de la force féminine en islam.
So first of all, we emphasize that in the Quran, we come across the indications of maternal nature all the time, and therefore the female nature of God, as well as in Sufism. So, in the Quran, I would like to emphasize that the indications of maternal nature of all the time, and therefore the feminine nature of God, since motherhood, especially a female function. Each surah opens a formulation that is usually translated as "in the name of God, the merciful Rahman, the merciful Rahim." The Semitic root Rachm means female womb, womb of the mother. This enveloping protective maternal function of God is also evidenced by the verse of the Quran, "And my mercy embraceth all things," or the words of the prophet, who, passing a woman who was breastfeeding, assured that God will be more lenient to people on the day of judgment than this woman is to her child. Therefore, we can say, as one modern Muslim author did, that God is the matrix of the universe, and He loves His creatures with a matrix love.
Assurera que Dieu sera plus clément avec les humains au jour du jugement que cette femme ne l'était avec son enfant.
Right, so
voilà, on peut donc affirmer, comme l'a fait un auteur musulman
Ibn Arabi, who died in 1240, and his faithful follower, Emir Abd al-Quran, who died in 1883, are two great masters of Islamic Sufism. So, they have a very daring teaching about the feminine principle. For them, the power of the feminine principle makes it the first in creation. Ibn Arabi and Abd al-Qadir speak about the presence of active, figal, and receptive infernal principles in the person. A woman, these two sheikhs said, is closer to God than a man, is more divine, because like God, she is the place of origin and generation of being, Al-Taqwin. She is the main place where a human being is formed. The creator of being is not included in the canonic list of divine names, but clearly refers to the number attributes of God, who is the one who generates beings, leads creation to life. After God at the level of creatures, it is exactly the woman who is the source of life. So, like I said, Ibn Arabi and Ibn al-Qadir spoke about figal, the active part, and infial, receptive principle in a person, in all the creation.
Entre le principe actif et le principe réceptif.
Therefore, these two principles actually give life to everything that is in the world. Why is a woman closer to God? Right? I will repeat this once again, because she's more divine. She's place of origin, generation of being, Al-Taqwin in Arabic. She's the main place where human being is formed. The creator of being, Al-Mukawwin in Arabic, is not included in the canonical list of divine names, but clearly refers to the number of attributes of God's, who is the one who generates things, leads creation to life. After God, at the main level of creatures, is exactly the woman who is the source of life.
Sur le plan créaturel, c'est bien la femme qui est à l'origine de la vie.
Right. So, moreover, the active principle in a person can act only due to the receptivity of the feminine principle and only in its presence. Otherwise, it belongs only to the realm of possibilities, mumkinat in Arabic. The divine names that govern the world remain pure nothingness if they are not accepted by the receptive feminine principle. So, if they are not accepted, then they are just nothingness. right? In conclusion, I would like to say that it is not surprising that Ibn Arabi admits that he sometimes refers to God in the feminine gender, to God as the essence. In other words, to that which is the highest, most supreme, the most subtle in the perception of the divine. Al-Adhad. In Arabic, this term means the essence, divine essence, and by the way, it is of feminine gender, just like it is in the French language. So these are just some points that I would like to highlight. We can actually provide much more extensive research on this. It surely requires more time, but this feminine principle, which is the first in Sufis, and this comes also from Quran. Quran provides us the teaching of the importance of the feminine principle and the woman as a biological creature too. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Eric. Big thank you. And in continuation of the topic of studying different religions of the world from the position of veneration of the divine feminine, the virgin, let's consider what it is said about it in Christianity, and I give the floor to Ekaterina.
Greetings, dear friends. I will share with you the most inspiring and vivid quotes, because when you listen to these words, you cannot but feel great love inside you. And then you understand that these feelings, this care and help from the Mother of God, people have experienced and described at all times. So the most famous references to the Mother of God, the wisdom of God, in Christianity are described in the Bible. These are the Old Testament parables of Solomon. So from the book of Proverbs, she is a tree of life to those who take hold of her. Those who hold her fast will be blessed. By wisdom the Lord laid the earth's foundations. When there were no watery depths, I was given birth. When there were no springs overflowing with water, blessed are those who listen to me, watching daily at my doors, wait at my doorway. For those who find me find life and receive favor from the Lord. Wisdom is glorious and never fadeth away. Yea, she is easily seen of them that love her, and found of such as seek her. She preventeth them that desire her, making herself first known unto them. Who seeketh her early shall have no great travail, for he shall find her sitting at his doors. To think therefore upon her is perfection of wisdom, and whoso watches for her shall quickly be without care. For she goeth about seeking such as are worthy of her, showeth herself favorable unto them in the ways, and meeteth them in every thought. For in her is an understanding spirit, holy, one only manifold. And during the Christianity, there were different texts written and apocryphal texts, and also the Mother of God is also described as inspiring and giving just support. So, for example, in the Himis Buddhist monastery, Nikolai Notovich in 1887 discovered a manuscript entitled The Life of Saint Isa, the best of the sons of man. In this manuscript, which is called the Apocryphal Tibetan Gospel, in chapter 12, very important words of Jesus are recorded. Quoting, "Honor the woman, mother of the universe. The truth of creation rests in it. She is the basis of everything that is good and beautiful. She is the source of life. The life of a person is based on her because she is the support of his labors. Bless her, honor her. She is your only friend and life support on earth. Love softens a hardened heart and tames the beast. Do not humiliate her, for by doing this you will humiliate yourself. And through this, you will lose the feeling of love, without which nothing can exist on earth."
Also, in the apocryphal text of Acts of Thomas, we see that during baptism and after the anointing, Thomas said, "Come, thou holy name of the Christ that is above every name. Come, thou power of the Most High and the compassion that is perfect. Come, gift, charism of the Most High. Come, compassionate Mother. Come, communion of the male. Come, she that revealeth the hidden mysteries. Come, Mother of the seven houses, that thy rest may be in the eighth house." And the same thought is developed by Pavel Florensky, and he wrote that the primordial source as the mother of love, the mother of God, and as the just name of the angel who is protecting us gives blessing to all the people. And the scientific understanding of early Christianity significantly changed the content of the Nag Hammadi library. The Nag Hammadi library contains 52 apocryphal texts in Coptic language. Surprisingly, the library was not discovered until 1945. The codes were made around the beginning of the 4th century AD, but the texts themselves, they date back to the 1st and 3rd centuries AD. According to the assumption of James Robinson, the codes just belong to the monks from the first Christian monastery founded by Pachomius the Great. This hymn to the Great Mother Goddess contains Codex 1 from the 5th work of the Coptic Gnostic Library of Nag Hammadi, written around the 2nd century AD, and is called the treatise Three-Shaped Protonoia. Protonoia is the primary being who conducts the Holy Spirit.
She, Protonoia, is called by 3 names, despite the fact that she is alone, because she is perfect. I'm the incomprehensible, dwelling in the incomprehensible. I'm in those who have arisen. I'm walking straight, and I wake up those who are sleeping. I'm invisible inside everything. I exist first of all, and I'm everything because I exist in everyone. I'm a voice speaking softly. I live from the beginning. I'm the one hidden in the shining waters. I'm the true voice. I speak loudly in everyone, and they will recognize this, the voice, because the seed abides in them. I'm the thought of the Father, and through me the voice came. That is, the knowledge of eternal things. This is a light within a light, and He is the one who is hidden in us, who gives the gift of His fruit to the water of life. I'm called the one who unites. I'm the mother of a voice that speaks in many ways. Knowledge lives in me, the knowledge of eternal things. It is I who bring the speech of the voice into the ears of those who know me, i.e., the sons of light. I connect with myself and with those who love me, and it is through me that everything becomes solid. I am the womb that gives form to everything that is born in the light that shines in brilliance. And I call you to the exalted perfect light. Also, as for this light, when you enter it, you will be glorified by those who give glory. Since she, the mother, exists alone as silence, I am alone the Word, inexpressible, undefiled, immeasurable. This, the Word, is the hidden light that gives the fruit of life, pouring out with living water from an invisible, pure, immeasurable source. I'm the light that illuminates everything. I'm a light rejoicing in my brothers. For I descended into the world of death because of the Holy Spirit who remained in that which came from the innocence of Sophia. I came, I released, I gave him from the living water, which washes away the chaos from him.
The Mother of God is a spirit, the greatest spirit, and from the information voiced by the speakers above, we see that at all times the Great Mother, the Virgin, was associated with water, with this nourishing, life-giving moisture. Water gives life, and what generates life in a person? What tempers us, makes us stronger, and helps us to overcome the difficulties and adversing of life? Of course, this is love. Love, which gives wisdom to realize the life experience gained, to understand another person and to lend a helping hand to someone who needs it. Love makes us perfect. Love fills us with life. The Mother of God is the conductor of this love in our world, and its essence is one. It doesn't belong to any of the religions. It is one for everyone and is open to everyone. Dear friends, thank you so much for the work that you have done, for the information, for all this information, for this creative information collective today in one kaleidoscope effect. There is a need for there to be more love in this world, for there be more joy. We shape our world by ourselves, and we can create a world of love by ourselves. Today's kaleidoscope effect about the Mother of God has gathered us into a single family and to remind us of the most important thing, the love of God, which is in each of us, that we are very much loved and we are waiting for home. The love and care of the Mother of God is like the sun that shines for everyone. She is always with us. True love is not temporary. This is what gives life and transforms a simple mortal person into immortal language. Let this living wave of life go out into the world of people to remind them of the most important thing, that value of life, that we humanity are one big friendly family, and that the connection of contact with the Mother of God is the most unforgettable, inspiring feeling. It is the breath of life, freedom, and endless love to every person. Let's watch the video excerpt with the programs with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
What is love? Love is precisely the Mother of God. Well, Maria's true feat exactly consisted in what we have mentioned, in her service to people. She not only herself perceived, but also gives others an opportunity to perceive and takes care of people. And just note how people revere her in various countries, and not just revere, but truly feel her active assistance in spiritual matters. No matter how much a person loves this world, no matter how spiritual, highly spiritual he is, but as soon as the gate to heaven actually gets slightly opened before him, it's extremely hard to keep him here. And here, certainly, Sophia, Maria, well, it's a great feat. Those who stay in the doorway, well, there's an expression, they hold the door of the elevator, right, for someone else to enter, neither there nor here.
However, the most important thing which is happening now is that such a big impulse is coming from the spiritual world, and such a big inner call which is hard not to hear. And very many feelings fill you from inside, because you hear this call, and this call is addressed to every personality. As a spirit, it awakens life, real life, everything that is the most valuable and the most important for a human.
Everything holy is spirit, and the Mother of God is the greatest spirit.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, the topic of the Mother of God, the Virgin Mary, which we are talking about today, it's very important and troubling for every person. The Mother of God, as a conductor of God's power into this world, provides spiritual assistance to every person. Thanks to all speakers for your speeches. We have heard today about the veneration of the Mother of God in ancient times, about how she was depicted and how she was called. We understood the most important, that the Mother of God is a spirit, which means that we can only come into contact with her with our spirit inside ourselves. So how does this communication takes place? We will learn more from our next speaker, Alona.
Бог един во множестве.
God is one in many and many in unity. The Mother of God, the Holy Spirit, God, the spiritual world, all are one. The Mother of God is a great spirit, and you can come into contact with her only by spirit, by deep feelings, being in a state of peace, love, grace. She is ever blessed, ever translated as eternal, true, and blessed is the one who is always enjoying, that is, Mother of God always abides in bliss. When the love of Mother of God comes into your heart, you feel as if a veil is fallen, all illusions that cloud your perception are dispelled. Even the air becomes so soft, saturated with tenderness, responsiveness, that which connects everything together, and the whole world, all people, become so dear. You feel this inner unity with the soul of every person, and to achieve the state of love is possible only through deep feelings, or in other words, the state of inner joy, the feeling of unconditional love, soul, the state of life in the spiritual world. These feelings can also be compared to early spring, when it's still cold and gray outside and external circumstances are not the best, but inside you feel the flowers are blooming, the soft spring sun warms. You feel how your whole being rejoices from incredible purity and beauty. You feel that you are finally safe, you are whole, you yourself are full, and it is abundant. And from this abundant you want to give, but give unconditionally, wanting absolutely nothing in return. Or on contrary, you're getting high on what you give. As it's stated in the book Allatra, for the divine is a different language, a language not of the mind, but of the deepest feelings, which is understood by the soul of any person. This is universal language of human souls. This is exactly the language of the truth. The deepest feelings are the sincere state of the love for God and for the whole world. This is when something seems to expand inside you. Your heart becomes big, and you want to hug the whole world. You would like to share with everyone this incredible quiet joy, peace, love, tenderness, subtlety, sensitivity, care. You feel how the whole gamut of the most beautiful feelings shimmers inside, which are difficult to express in words. But at the same time, every second this range is new and incredibly beautiful, and you, like a child, look again at the world from the position
not from the mind, but from the position of deepest feelings from the soul. And this perception is fulfilled. It brings holistic understanding of oneself, God and the world. The love of the Mother of God is always with me. Even when I stumble, I forget about it. I turn away, I know that she lives inside me. She is the one who protects me, supports me, prompts, takes care of me, like a mother of beloved child. She is my guidance, and I know for sure that everyone can feel this love, a person of any age. And it doesn't matter where he was born, what color is his skin, what language he speaks, and to what religion belongs. Why? Because deepest feelings are the love for God that is born in every soul. Love is sincere, honest, and real. Love leads us to open even deeper, more fully. And in practice, you understand that the spiritual path is the path of deep feelings. It is direct path to God. It is like a life-giving moisture that feeds your spirit, and only by being in love, in dialogue with God, your spirit grows and develops, and you constantly striving for the sweet dialogue with God, because in this moment you feel that you are truly living.
Спасибо.
Спасибо. Спасибо, Алена.
Thank you so much, Alena, for your information. The love of Our Lady is always with us. This is a huge power of love, and it is truly difficult to describe it in words. But nevertheless, throughout the history of humankind, people, feeling the greatness of this power, have made attempts to describe it. For example, since the early Christian times, the idea of Sophia as the wisdom of God is known. And we also find her description both in the texts of the Proverbs of Solomon and the works of Christian philosophers. Let us listen to Elena, who will tell us about Sophia. In ancient times, the Great Mother Goddess, the creative power of God, was called by various epithets, later transformed into names: Mother of Gods, Goddess of Love, Spiritual Joy, shining in the rays of Ra, Great Woman, Creator of all living things. There are many epithets, but the essence is one. In different periods of the existence of humankind, the conductors of God's love into this world were women: Isis, Inanna, Sophia, Maria. I would like to tell you more about Sophia. So who is she? Let us find out together. The word Sophia, it has its roots in the ancient Greek language and means wisdom, knowledge. About Sophia's wisdom, in the Aramaic translation of the book of Genesis, it is written, "In wisdom, God created the heavens and the earth." In the book of Proverbs of Solomon, Sophia is spoken of as the mother of the world. When he gave to the sea his decree that the waters should not pass his commandment, when he appointed the foundations of the earth, then I was by him as one brought up with him, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him, rejoicing in the habitable part of his earth, and my delights were with the sons of men. And the very meaning of the word Sophia expresses a special idea of wisdom, as personified, embodied wisdom and knowledge of God. Knowledge is not in the concept of property, one's inference, but wisdom from above. In the same way, the Mother of God is called in the book of Songs of Solomon the bride, the source and well of living waters. By living water in Scripture we mean the water of divine grace, which quenches forever the spiritual thirst of a person and leads him through this to an eternally blessed life. Armenian poet, philosopher, and theologian Grigor Narekatsi also reveals the secret of Sophia as the mother of humanity and the holy world soul. So here is what is his writing. Just as without the Father there is no Christ, so without the womb of the Mother Church the soul cannot be fulfilled. She gives birth to godly models, saints, in the image of the sole God, Christ.
And the historian, culturologist, religious scholar Sergei Avarnitsov, in the article Sophia Logos, gives the following description of the deep meaning of the concept of Sophia. Sophia, this word, like its corresponding nouns in Hebrew, Latin, Russian, and other languages, is feminine. Sophia, she's the wisdom. This characteristic Sophia shares with other Greek designations of virtues. For example, chastity, prudence, piety, and other words of this series in Greek and Latin are actually feminine. But femininity, Sophia has a special meaning. In the midst of various cultures, wisdom belongs to a virgin, or wisdom is a virgin. In Russian Sophiology, Sophia, the wisdom of God, is defined as deciding Christ, the head, the beginning, the foundation of the entire creation of God. She is the eternal divine femininity, the mother of all creation, through which, and on the basis of which, God created the universe. In Christianity, she also has various hypostases. As writes Sergei Bulgakov, Russian philosopher and theologian, this earth is therefore, as it were, cosmic Sophia, its face in the universe, its feminine principle which has power according to the creative word fiat. As we can see, Sophia is wisdom. And also, she is the love of God, the mother of the world, a creative power that unites the whole world into one whole from the beginning of creation. We also found such words in the writings of Sergei Bulgakov. Sophia shines the world as a primordial purity and perfection of the universe, in the charm of a child and the enchantment of a fluttering flower, in the beauty of a starry sky or a flaming sunrise. Sophia, that is the sun which shines and warms us while remaining invisible. And after such wonderful words, dear friends, let us watch a record of one very important event, the memory of which has survived to this day. The author of this text is a knight of the Aurora Temple. In his personal notes, he left his impressions of the event associated with Sophia. Let us watch the video together.
Of the great sacrament of initiation, being in a special elevation of spirit, I desired with all my heart to see what I was told about, and it was revealed to me. Everything around me seemed to disappear. Just a marvelous light illuminated the road and drew me along with it as if to the very zenith of the highest heaven. Something divine and inextinguishable was swiftly bringing me closer towards a flow of bright, attractive light. The power of its radiance was tremendous, but it didn't burn. I felt the presence of something high and inexplicable in it. In joyful excitement, I entered the dazzling light, and here, with my eyes cleared up, I saw the face of an indescribably beautiful maiden, covered with light emitting radiance. I saw her, Sophia herself. It's impossible to describe this divine image with any human words. A great mystery embraced everything around. Divine Sophia approached me. A marvelous aroma of the other world was emanating from her. In her hands, she was holding a golden chalice shaped as the eternal flower of love that opened its numerous petals in the divine purity of their primeval radiance. A goldish drink sparkled in the chalice. Gently laying her hand on my head, the beautiful Sophia brought the chalice to my lips with her other hand and began to nourish me with the goldish drink. A blissful delight started spreading all over my essence. I saw this divine sparkling liquid going down from the chalice and flowing into me. But I didn't sense it in my mouth and didn't feel its taste. However, I clearly felt how heavenly warmth began to spread inside of me, as if washing the empty vessel of my body, first along my arms, then in my chest, stomach, and legs. Then it filled my entire essence, from head to toes, with an impetuous flow of inextinguishable radiance, awakening infinite joy and grace in my heart. When the last drops of this wonderful liquid flowed into my body, Sophia directed at me her tender gaze, full of divine love. And something as if unfolded inside. My mind became clear and I felt a mysterious source of mighty power opening in me. I suddenly became illumined with an understanding of immortality, as if a door to the other world opened, and wisdom was revealed to me.
In one word, the Mother of God. In fact, no words in the world will convey the true essence of Sophia's service, and the person who will receive his true spiritual experience will be able to understand this. And now, dear friends, let us move on to an equally important topic that reveals who Maria is. I give the floor to Yulia.
Thank you, Elena. Greetings, dear friends. Surely each of us has an idea of how dear and significant the Virgin Mary to people from all over the world, with which respect and gratitude, warmth and tenderness people talk about her. From different times, there are countless images, references, written books about Mary. Holy Mary we know under various names: Theotokos, Blessed Mother, Orans, Madonna, Mother of God, Mary Star of the Sea, Queen of Heaven, Reasons of Joy, Panagia, Mother of Mercy, and under many other names. With the advent of Christianity, in many cultures, veneration of love for the Mother of God is natural continuation of humans' love for the Mother Goddess. The association with the Mother of God probably in everyone evokes the warmest, brightest feelings, and her image includes the best, purest motherly qualities. Friends, it is interesting to figure out why the Mother of God is so appreciated and loved by people. How does she help us? To begin with, I would like to voice one very important fact. Initially, the veneration of the Holy Mary and Archangel Gabriel was joined, as it should be, and only much later, in the 15th century, people did separate the veneration of the Archangel Gabriel from the cult of the Annunciation of the Most Holy Theotokos, although this is not right. In fact, the Mother of God and the Holy Spirit are inseparable. There are a lot of evidence for this. For example, today, preserved the historical collection, library of literature of ancient Russia, the words, whereas the Virgin creates in holiness, the Holy Spirit is always with her. Joint veneration is also depicted on icons and in temples. I suggest watching a small video fragment from the video about the Holy Spirit unity. The Mother of God is a loving spirit. It is to her that people turn into difficult situations for spiritual support. And the whole world is under her cover. And the cover is the love of the Holy Mary, which every person can feel and carry this love in his heart. During our research, we were most inspired by the sacred essence and significance of the Mother of God, her help to us, people, in spiritual transformation, as well as an example of spiritual purity, spiritual strength, and immeasurable love. For example, as we know from the book Allat by Anastasia Novakh, in the Annunciation scenes, the Virgin Mary is often depicted with a lotus, or rather with a lily, in her hand as a symbol of spiritual purity. She is portrayed trembling a dragon with her feet, the human's animal nature. After all, taking into account the spiritual knowledge about human and practice of spiritual path, all this takes on different deeper meaning. The Virgin Mary is named the spiritually reviving power and the embodiment of true knowledge. She is called the wisdom of God, a painter of everything, the mother of creation, about whom the Bible says she is the breath of the power of God and the pure outputting of His glory. She is a reflection of eternal light and spotless mirror of the working of God, and being but one, she can do all things, and remaining in herself, she making all the things new, and in soul ages entering into holy souls, she makes them friends of God and prophets. The spiritual power of the As Akafis names of the Mother of God, it is said that the Most Holy Virgin Mary was rewarded with God's grace, and thanks to this, she touched heaven. Thus, for people, she became the divine path to salvation, and ladder that lifts people from the earth with its grace, or a bridge that takes people from earth to heavenly bliss, from death to eternal life. This information is also found in the book Allatra by Anastasia Novakh, and the connection of the burning bush icon, which we see right now on the screen. As we can see, could you please put back the image? As we see in the center of the composition, the Mother of God. In her left hand she holds the infinite Christ, and in her right hand a ladder. Sometimes, instead of a ladder, a gate, and a road, a throne, as a symbol of the Savior. All this symbolizes that it is the Mother of God who spiritually elevates mankind from earth to heaven. On the sky icon, among the images, there is also the Archangel Gabriel, with a symbol of evangelism, a lily branch, which again indicates the joint veneration of the Virgin Mary and the Holy Spirit. In the following images, we also see a ladder, a road, a gate, and a lily. It turns out that Mary is between the worlds and is conductor of the power of God, of God's love. It plays an integral role in spiritual liberation, in spiritual salvation of a human. You need, just for a person, sincerely strive for God and to be a worthy one of this power of God's love. Friends, can we imagine and understand how great the love of the Virgin Mary is? What is a tremendous spiritual help is it? This is actually the highest service to God. A deeper understanding of Mary ministry will give us the following video fragment from the video Consciousness and Personality, from the Inevitably Dead to the Eternally Alive, with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
The Mother of God is Spirit. And there are people who feel the need within themselves to serve like Maria.
Well, touching on the issues of service in general, service may be different, but most often people strive to serve from consciousness in the hope of getting some magic abilities on the path of service. This is what often pushes people to say, I want to serve, I am ready, while the true service is precisely that example, the example of Mary, as an embodiment of purity and love and complete devotion to the spiritual world, as well as introduction and spreading of those values in the material world, regardless of desires of consciousness, which resist all this every second.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, right now, the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Holy Mother, the creative power of love, is currently broadcast. This broadcast is organized by people from different countries and is being translated into more than 20 languages. After all, the Virgin Mary is known to everyone. In the same way, the Allat sign is known all over the world. This sign has denoted the spiritual transformation of a person since ancient times, and we have already talked about the Allat sign in detail in the Kaleidoscope of Facts, the sign of Allat. And now, Narina from Armenia will tell us about the image of the sign on the icons. Greetings, Narina. Please share the information that you have found out. Greetings. So, why were the signs on the icons of the Virgin Mary depicted? Knowledge is one for everyone, and for centuries there have been this knowledge has been widespread through signs and symbols. The Allat sign is found in all cultures and on all continents. It used to be inscribed by people in caves, rocks, and everyday objects as a reminder of spiritual experiences of people. People felt this influence, positive influence of the Allat sign, and there is a lot of experimental evidence to support this information. For example, the positive influence of Allat sign has been confirmed by the research of the volunteers of Allat International Public Movement and shown in the video study of Allat sign, the impact on the blood, the reverse effect. But over time, unfortunately, the Allat sign has been destroyed by those who were against spiritual knowledge. And we know that originally Jesus was against icons, and in early Christianity there were practically no images, there were signs and symbols. And in the times when icons began to appear, people already hid a sign in them, including the sign of Allat and Allatra, for us to learn about this knowledge, not to lose it. And today you and I live in the times when everything secret becomes visible and clear, and we can understand the essence of what the prophets brought and know the deeper essence of the Mother of God. Therefore, now it is very important for us to see the Allat sign. And it's quite usual to see Allat sign, the image of Our Lady, as a testimony that she is the guide of the divine powers of Allat, that is, of God's love for each person. And there is an interesting quote from Allat that shows the essence of Our Lady. Jesus, as a spiritual being from another world, renewed the true knowledge lost in the ages So again, Jesus, a spiritual being from another world, renewed the true knowledge lost in the ages and gave people the spiritual tools for spiritual salvation. That is, in other words, he left the keys. By working on himself with these tools, man gained, figuratively speaking, the key to the sign. And the Mother of God, as the guide of the power of God, as a spiritual liberated being, is between the worlds for the spiritual liberation of human souls. He gave the power and the signs themselves, and in order to use the key, one must make an effort to do so. And the Allatra sign, or the icon of the sign, is clearly visible. From the book Allatra, we know that this icon is called the sign only by the Slavs of Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. And in other countries, it is called the Mother of God, Great Penager, Pentanassa, Platitira, and few people know that in Old Slavonic the word znamya came from the Old Russian znamya, which means sign. And in Russia, such an icon first appeared in the 11th century. But after the earthly life of Agapit the Patriarchs, physician and merciful, this icon began to be referred to by the people not only as sign, the sign, but also as incarnation, sign of salvation. And this is not the only icon with the image of the Mother of God where symbols and signs have been applied. The Allatra sign is also found in the image of the miraculous Brahma icon of the Mother of God. We can also trace that the image of the Virgin herself, the Goddess, the Mother, holding the baby in her arms, is also very ancient. There are many images, statues, bas-reliefs in different countries and cultures. And on these statues, we see the same Allatra sign. Often, the Virgin Mary, the Mother of God, is depicted with outstretched arms, which indicates the symbolic Allat sign.
Այստեղ տեսնում ենք Իսիդայի Աստվածուհուն գրկած գորման կանը, ինչպես նաև
Just here you can see Goddess Isis with the child Horus in her arms, Madonna and child, 20th century. And in Armenia, we often see images of the sign Allatra. In the murals of the Akhtalam monastery, we see a symbolic image of the sign. And by the way, here we see it in blue color, and the blue color, as we said earlier today, is the color of the Mother of God. Can we have a look again to it?
Տեսնում ենք կապույտ գույնով, հա, պատկերված, որը, ահա, եւս ուրեմն գիտենք, որ աստվածածնի գույնը, կապույտ գույնը։ Ֆրանսիայում լոսելում գիտնականները հայտնաբերել են աստվածուհու պատկեր։ Հայտնի է նաև, որ Մակոշ աստվածուհու ատրիբուտներից մեկը եղջյուրն է։
Also, in France, we can see the relief of the grotto of La Salle. Scientists discovered the image of the goddess with a horn of plenty. And an ancient image of Our Lady Errant is also known. She has a clear bowl-shaped, crescent-shaped image with the horns upwards, with her hands raised up and spread out to the sides. Yeah, their arms stretched like this, right? So symbolizing the Allat sign, right? And as we have said before, in history, the joint veneration of the Virgin Mary and the Archangel Gabriel has been preserved up to this day, and there are also images of Saint George the Victorious and Our Lady of Orient together. And we will learn more about this in the next excerpt of the video, The Night Spirit.
with the participation of Grigori Mikhailovich Danilov.
George the Victorious is precisely depicted very often next to a maiden, in particular to the Mother of God, to Aranta. It is Virgin Mary with her arms raised in the form of Allat. There is also interesting information that has been found regarding George the Victorious, this warrior of the spirit. It turns out that Yaroslav the Wise, the Kievan prince, who was Agapit's friend, who was friends with Agapit, at his time was baptized with the name of George in honor of the heavenly patron George the Victorious. According to the chronicle, in the 11th century in the center of Kiev, in honor of his victory, Yaroslav the Wise built St. Sophia's Cathedral, unique at that time, where Our Lady Aranta occupied the central place.
In particular, you have mentioned Oranta, and everyone knows very well what Oranta is. It is symbolic Allatra. After all, when they started removing Allatra as a sign from everywhere by the system's will, and this is so, this is really so, my friends, then smart people who truly served God began to conceal it in symbols. Well, that's how that very Oranta emerged. Allat, with its essence.
By the way, in history, it's exactly this way. The Allatra sign was well known in the territory of Slavic countries before the adoption of Christianity. Before the 17th century, numerous tops of St. Sophia's Cathedral were decorated with the signs of Allat, and the Allatra sign was located at the central place, which is confirmed by relevant documents that have been preserved. However, these tops were replaced with crosses, although the Aranta symbol has remained. It's just that it's also interesting that it turns out that every time when people address George the Victorious, they primarily asked him for preservation of the light of the eyes. Precisely this word.
And what is the light of the eyes? After all, spiritual vision was exactly spoken of. That inner gaze, which reveals the true meaning of everything. That's what was talked about, which shows the essence of everything that exists.
There is also this information, it's also interesting. In popular beliefs of Transcaucasia, regarding the fact that during a thunderstorm George the Victorious races on a white horse and kills evil spirits with a forked arrow. What kind of meaning is this? What kind of a forked arrow is it?
Well, forked swords, forked arrows, and spears with a moon-shaped head. It was considered that this gave a special power, a divine power. Well, in actual fact, this is just symbolism, reflecting the Allat symbol. Just that.
Right, friends. After all the information voiced today, it became clear why the lateral sign is symbolically depicted on the icons of the Mother of God. After all, this suggests that the Mother of God is the conductor of the divine forces of Allat into this world for every person who turns to her for spiritual help. At all times, people feel her indivisible presence and love. How this is reflected in the spiritual experience of people, we will see from an expert of the video Consciousness and Personality, from the inevitably dead to the eternally alive, with the participation of Mikhail Danilov.
And it is also interesting that an understanding comes in practice, while the sign of Allat was drawn as a crescent, specifically with its horns pointing upwards. It is actually like a bow. And when you experience this unforgettable first experience of contact with the spiritual world, you feel how the cup-shaped feeling occurs slightly below the solar plexus. You are filled like a cup, and in this cup there is the blissful fire. You cannot call it otherwise. Consciousness understands that this is a body, not a cup. But when you close your eyes, you feel something completely different. This feeling, you feel this invisible cup. You understand that it emanates this heat of inexhaustible love, true love. And this love is so sincere. You understand that it is true. In this love, there is God. This feeling, this cup, this crescent, this Allat, it is as if inside of you there is a voluminous sign that radiates this boundless love. Even consciousness notes this, and you understand why Allat is the cup that radiates this infinite love. And from here, obviously, this sign originates, the sign of Allat, exactly from the practical, spiritual experience of people. And this is clearly not just a drawing. Now you understand this in practice. You know that it's a real spiritual experience. It's the experience of those who became liberated throughout centuries. And obviously, they marked it as the first experience of spiritual contact with the boundless world. This experience cannot be confused with anything, and you will never forget it. It is always with you. Yes, after all, the most valuable and important signs of antiquity are found everywhere. The sign of Allat, a crescent with its horns pointing upwards, is actually found on almost all the continents, on artifacts, on sacred objects of ancient peoples. And in many religions, fire is mentioned as the beginning of the world, implying the divine powers of Allat. So everything begins from this very feeling of the inner heat of human love for God.
Absolutely right. And this fire burning inside, this manifestation filling with the spirit, later on it was called in many different ways, but after all, the name Allat is more correct. And this sign of Allat, a crescent with its horns pointing upwards, it was everywhere.
Yes, there are many examples of that, from rock paintings which are tens of thousands of years old, and about the origin of which nothing is known except the time of their creation, up to artifacts of various beliefs, cultures, civilizations, and world religions, notably recent ones, meaning of the last 5 millennia. It is clear that consciousness has certainly wiped many things out, has perverted a lot of things, has altered them, let's say, to its own discretion, or rather to the discretion of the system, and has turned them into rituals. But the very fact
Люди во все времена фиксировали свой опыт соприкосновения с любовью Божьей, с Богородицей. Есть много упоминаний о том, кем она является для людей, которые искренне стремятся
There are many mentions
описывают свои чувства к Богородице.
about the feelings of Mother of God, and there are many representatives. The empathy was right, and the sun of the truth rises from her, and when it rises, it illuminates the whole earth. She is a spring because the living water has flowed out of it, and the thirsty ones, and those who have tasted these drinks give it hundredfold fruit. Archimandrite John also described it in such a way: her merciful power, glory, and strength extend to eternity. Should you only come to her, fall down with prayer, love, and repentance, and she, the mother of all who sorrow, the unexpected joy, and the most holy Mother of God, will guide and comfort us and help us on the way to eternal joy to God. Archimandrite Sophrony Sakharov, in his book Saint Silouan of Ethos, writes, "Oh, if only we knew how the Blessed One loved all those who keep the precept of Christ, and how she pities and grieves for those who do not approve. I have experienced this for myself. I do not lie. I say it in the Saint of God, whom my soul knows. In spirit I know, the most pure. I have not seen her, but the Holy Spirit has made me know her love for us." The Mother of God is always in communion with God and helps to revive this communion in every person. And when we sincerely offer prayers to the Mother of God, she fills our heart with love and restores this connection with the Lord. The monk Maxim Kapsikalevit told about this as follows: "Since my youth, I had the great faith in Our Lady, the Mother of God, and I begged her with the tears that she would grant me this grace of the prayer of mind. One day, on coming the temple, I begged her for this with inexpressible warmth of my heart, and when afterwards I lovingly kissed her holy icon, suddenly I felt in my breast and in my heart a certain unusual warmth and flame that radiated from this holy icon, which didn't burn me, but sprinkled and delighted me, and brought great tenderness into my soul. From the moment my heart began to speak the prayer from within itself, and my mind delighted to the remembrance of the Lord Jesus Christ and Our Lady, the most Holy Mother of God, and it always has reminded in the remembrance of them. And since that time, the prayer has not ceased my heart. The Mother of God is a great spirit, the essence of which, love itself, and contact with it takes place with the help of a sincere love, which comes from the heart of the person himself. After all, it is love and gratitude that are the gifts that can bring the Holy Virgin. Saint Theophan the Rescuer described this gift as follows: Ladies love flowers. Let us also bring flowers to the Virgin Mary. Surely you understand what these flowers are? These are the ones which are placed in the heart by the action of the Holy Spirit, and under His gracious inspiration grow and blossom the flowers of holy feelings and dispositions with which the heart of the Christian should be filled, and which are rightly called paradisiacal heavenly plants in our heart. The Hemedro Dionysius the Areopagite also described his spiritual experience, which shows how much a person is filled with unearthly bliss and joy from contact with true love through the Mother of God. When I was introduced before the face of the godlike Virgin, the most bright, a great and immersible divine light shone on me, both from the outside and from within, and such a wonderful fragrance spread around me that neither my weak body nor my spirit itself could bear such abundant and great signs of beginning of eternal bliss and glory. My heart got faint, my spirit got faint in me because of her glory and God's grace. The human mind is not capable of imagining no glory and no honor, even the state of people glorified by God higher than this bliss, than tasted at me, and I unworthy, but rewarded by mercy and blessed above my imagination. The face of the Mother of God in Orthodoxy has many expressions, many images that are connected and interacted with each other. People share images, but the essence of all of them is divine love. God's Mother, that's through which love revives communication with God in person, restores the former connection with Him through the soul. It is the spiritual good power of love and creation of the Mother of God that is in the main guiding and performing power from God. The Arab Sufi poet of Great Qasida describes the Great Mother as follows: it continues forms of the world. It is poured out, a single living beauty, both in this and in that, but always one, and hundreds of faces, but it's all her. Many times, when I sincerely turned to the Mother of God, her help always came immediately. When her love touched my heart, I felt like my whole body was burning with fire. But this fire doesn't hurt, doesn't burn. It burns from the inside, and the heat cleans it and fills it with light, as if preparing a place for a meeting. And then a clean spring opens inside, and this spring, pouring out, fills everything with itself. You clearly feel it with the Spirit, and in these moments, you clearly feel that you are finally at home. You feel love, tenderness, and maternal care. It embraces you from the inside, warms you, and gives you life. Everything inside comes to life from such contact and blooms. This is a quiet, deep joy and grace, a quiet shrine, as elders described, which cannot be found anywhere in the outside world, only inside yourself, striving sincerely to God and expressing your love and gratitude to Him. Now I understand why in ancient times true love was associated with the feminine principle. This is motherly feeling of mother's God care and guardianship over everything and everyone. This is responsibility for each person, inexpressible feeling of responsibility. This is the desire to help.
Богородица, она объединяет сердца людей вне зависимости от культуры.
Thank you so much, Alena. The Mother of God unites people no matter of religion, place of residence of a person. That's why she is revived and dearly loved all over the world. And our next topic is the veneration of the Holy Mary. Let's see how people from different countries express their love for her. Our speaker is Neptali from Ecuador. Hello, Neptali. We are glad to welcome you on this conference. Please tell us about the...
Hello, everyone, friends. I'm glad to join you in this live broadcast of Kaleidoscope of Facts, Holy Mary. I would like to reveal a little more about the Virgin Mary in our Spanish-speaking countries, how she was represented in our cultures, and under what names the Virgin Mary is revered. So, for example, the Virgin Mary, the Helper, the Virgin of Snow, the Virgin of Antiquan, Our Lady of Hope, the Immaculate Conception, Our Lady of Holy Word. These are some of the many names, epithets by which the Virgin Mary is known in different countries of the world, thanks to the devoted veneration of believers who felt her help at a certain moment in life. And this led to the fact that according to certain historical circumstances, Holy Mary was given a special name. However, we must not forget that the Virgin Mary, the Mother of God, despite thousands of names around the world, she is one. In Ecuador, people knew many Asian goddesses, and now they are personified by the Virgin Mary, and people revere her and treat her with warmth and respect, feel her help and protection. Historian Enrique Ayala Mora says, for example, here, on the territory of present-day Ecuador, he was associated with the goddess Uminia in the cultures of the pre-Inca period. For example, the Virgin in the Church of La Merced here in Quito, the Incas associated her with Pachamama. In Mesoamerica, it is represented by Tonantzin, who later became the personification of Mother Earth. The most obvious representation of Tonantzin in Catholicism is the Virgin of Guadalupe. And over time, the image of the ancient goddesses was just transformed. And the famous Cora Concha, where all the rituals dedicated to Mother Earth were held, was turned into church in San Francisco. The regional pantheons of goddesses changed and received the names of other virgins. For example, in Cuba, Yemaya, the goddess of waters of the Yoruba tradition, was called the Merciful Virgin of Copper. A very similar fact
practice with the goddess Uminia, the goddess of health in Mantua, who was transformed into the Virgin of La Merced, just as the Venus of Valdivia was later transformed into the veneration of the Virgin Mary in Guayaquil. The images of the Virgin and the veneration of Mary from the first moment of their presence in the country were very well received by the indigenous peoples because, of course, the Virgin Mary was like Mother Earth, like mountains. We see that many images of the Virgin Mary have the characteristics of a mountain, a volcano. And regarding the Virgin Mary in Ecuador, where people, their faith and devotion, were greatly impressed by the phenomena and miracles revealed by the Virgin in different parts of the country. This was due to the fact that the local people, out of love for her, assigned her a specially revered name, either by the place of the phenomena and a miracle performed or the traditions of the people themselves, as a sign of faith.
O tradición del pueblo mismo en señal de fe. En nuestro país se la conoce con muchos nombres.
And in our country, she is known by several names, including Maria Rosa Mystique, La de la Rosa, Swan, Holy Water, the Virgin of a Good Event, the Virgin of La Quincha, Carmen. These are just some of the many other names that Ecuadorians honor her with through communion, processions, vows, and other acts of devotional worship.
Bueno, amigos, termino enunciando algunas de las vírgenes.
So the names of veneration of the Virgin Mary in Ecuador: Deva Quincher, the Virgin of All Cisner, Cloud Maiden, the Virgin of the Rosary of the Holy Water, the Virgin of La Merced, the Virgin Carmen, Our Lady of the Nativity of Chile, the Virgin of the Most Pure Virgin of Marcos, the Virgin of Penicilia, or the Virgin of Quito. And now we will watch a video about the veneration of Mary in Spanish-speaking countries.
Mother of God, Virgin Mary. She is revered by millions as the purest and highest manifestation of unconditional and eternal love. For a huge part of humanity, she is the closest and dearest, the most real person in their life. For example, when considering the veneration of the Virgin Mary in Latin America and Spain, we see that the names of the Mother of God in every Latin American country are associated with historical facts. Our Lady of Guadalupe in Mexico is ardently revered by the Mexicans as the Mother of the country, and Mexico in turn is called her home. In Colombia, Our Lady of the Rosary of Chiquinquirá is faithfully revered. She is called the patroness of Colombia. In Argentina, it is Our Lady of Luján. In Guatemala, Our Lady of the Rosary. And in Paraguay, Our Lady of the Miracles, Cacupe. Our Lady of Copacabana is venerated in Bolivia. Our Lady of Mercy in Peru. Our Lady of Providence in Puerto Rico. In the Dominican Republic, Our Lady of Altagracia, Virgin of Highest Grace, is the patroness and mother of believers. In Venezuela, it is Our Lady of Coromoto. In Spain, some of the revered ones are Our Lady of the Pilar and Our Lady of Montserrat. Our Lady of Fatima, Portugal, is also loved and revered throughout the world. Mother most pure, Mother of chaste love, Virgin most wise, Virgin rightly renowned. Virgin most powerful, Virgin gentle in mercy, faithful Virgin, mirror of justice, throne of wisdom, cause of our joy, spiritual vessel, vessel of selfless devotion, precious vessel of grace.
Precious vessel of grace are especially touching words, aren't they? Dear friends, lots of thanks for such an inspiring video. The topic of our conference has also inspired the participants of Allat IPM from Italy to prepare a video report on the veneration of the Most Holy Mary in Italy. In this video, we tried very hard to show, both through interviews with people and through a lot of photos that we collected all over the country, the deep essence of the Holy Mary that touches the strings of the soul of every Italian, of every person. So from love from Italy, especially for the Kaleidoscope of Facts, let us watch the video.
Mother of God, Blessed Virgin Mary, Blessed Mother, Queen of Heaven, Penigia, Oranta. The names are different, but the essence is the same. The guide of God's love in this world. In Italy, many world-famous churches are named after her. As if an invisible veil, woven out of love and care, covers all those who go to God and yearn for spiritual liberation. After all, every person who sincerely appeals to the Virgin Mary feels her spiritual help.
The Mother of God is one, and she is in the heavens. Whoever believes in God, there is always the Mother of God. She brings us all salvation to this world. If the doors of your heart are open, she will always be there.
Our Lady is impeccable, and the values she carries in her are the resistance to sin and the way to reconciliation of man with God, man with himself, and with other people. She is seen as a beautiful reflection of God himself and the one who leads to God.
The image or icon of the Mother of God is not just an icon, but it is what this icon awakens inside me. She shows us the way, points to our inner actions that we have to do to understand our true essence, to find our soul, and to start listening to it.
By following the Holy Mary as a guiding star, we truly feel our spiritual life. We feel spiritual values, and these are fundamental values of human beings, not something supernatural. Everyone seeks peace, love, restfulness and joy. The merciful Mother of God is the patroness and protector of many Italian cities, towns and villages. And there are many shrines dedicated to the Blessed Virgin Mary. In many ordinary courtyards of homes, kindergartens and schools, as well as at crossroads, there are statues of the Virgin Mary. Almost every house in Italy has her image or a miniature statuette. People divide the images, but their essence is the same. Divine love, God's Mother, that through which love revives communication with God in person, restores the former connection with Him through the soul. It is the spiritual, good power of love and creation of the Mother of God that is the main guiding and performing power from God. From the Book of Allat, specially for Allat TV.
Мы видим, как во всем мире
We see how all over the world people love the Mother of God. And I would like to say that France is one of the leading countries in terms of the number of unique and cultural places dedicated to the Holy Mary. Saint Mary in French is Theotokos, the places in which there was an extraordinary help and protection of the Holy Mary are designed by statues, cathedrals, and places of pilgrimage. She is known under various names: Persian, Lourdes, Chartres, etc. But the general name is our Holy Virgin, and her essence is the Mother of God. Cities, villages, cathedrals are named after her. One of them is Notre Dame de Lourdes. This is one of the titles of Our Lady in the city of Lourdes. As you see on the picture, there is a statue. The veneration of Our Lady in the city of Lourdes is widespread. And many pilgrims comes to this place. The north of France is a single system of cathedrals of the 12th, 13th centuries, which were built by Templars, dedicated to the Virgin Mary. These are Notre Dame d'Amiens, Notre Dame de Reims, and the world-famous Notre Dame de Chartres. These are functioning temples to which pilgrims from all over the world come to pray to the Holy Mary. In honor of Mary, the temple was given the official name Cathedral of Our Lady of Chartres. The French religious scholar André Saturnin Moret wrote that more than 100 years before Jesus Christ, the Druids worshipped the Holy Mary, and the present place of Cathedral of Our Lady of Chartres, there is a statue of a virgin and a child made of ebony was found. After all, it started to be called the Black Maiden, Black Virgin. It's considered to be this is Isis and Horus. In the south of France, the village has been marked as Ra. In the 4th century AD, a monastery or church was found in the city named Saint Mary. Later, the name was changed to Notre Dame de la Mer, Our Lady of the Sea. Van Gogh painted several paintings by the seascape of the city. That is as well a pilgrimage place from all over Europe, as well as other continents. People are coming to express the prayers to the Mother of God. This is a place of pilgrimage, but as well, this is a place of reunification of friends and family. In the city of Lyon, people in the Florivière chapel offer prayer to Our Lady for help. There is a statue of a Holy Mary on the top of this cathedral. The city hosts the annual Festival of Light. The symbol of Marseille is the statue of the Holy Mary, which rises on top of the Cathedral of Notre Dame de la Garde. When you enter the city, also from the sea, the first thing you see the statue. It is rising above all the city. So also it is considered to be the guardian of Marseille. In the city of Biarritz, the creation of the statue symbolized the result of the return to port a whaling vessel caught in a storm. On this rocky island, a statue of the Virgin was erected, and the rock of the Holy Virgin was named. You see right now in the picture. The city is also under the protection of the Virgin. This is only a small part of all those places in France dedicated to the Mother of God, but the main help lies in the spiritual salvation of those who pray to the Mother of God. And I would like to read out the quote. Yes, Holy Mother is often perceived and associated by people with the material image, but again, everything holy is a spirit, and the Mother of God is the Supreme Spirit. Why? There are many stories. Well, let's put it this way. What is love? Love is precisely the Holy Mother. Thank you.
Спасибо. Как мы уже видели,
As we have seen,
как мы уже видели, Дева Мария
the Holy Mary is revered not only in Italy, France, Spain, but all over the world, because people feel her invisible presence. The Orthodox Church honors the Mother of God as the Holy and Immaculate Ever Virgin as a quick intercessor and helper. Its miracle icons retained in the original spiritual symbolism. In Belarus, the icon of the Mother of God surrounded by 4 angels is still the capital's emblem, which testifies not only how revered at all times the image of Mother of God was on the Slavic lands, but also to the importance of the spiritual life and spiritual development for people not only of that time, but even now. In the Cathedral of the Descent of the Holy Spirit, this is the main Orthodox Church in Minsk, we can see on the facade of the temple mosaic of the Mother of God called the Indestructible Ball. This is a special epithet usually assigned to image of the Mother of God Orans. In the image we see that it stands on the water, and water, as we already know, is a symbol of a spiritual world. In the Sophia Cathedral in Kiev, Ukraine, there is a main mosaic of the Mother of God, the Protector of Orans, or the Indestructible Wall, raising her hands to the Almighty Savior in the dome of the temple. The Mother of God is depicted standing on a gold rectangle stone. An inscription in Greek is set out in arc of semi-vault cut is in the middle of me. She shall not be moved. God will help her when morning dawns. What is interesting, the more than 800 years this wall with mosaic was never destroyed, unlike the rest of the cathedral. And in Russia, in the city of Apsheronsk, in honor of this icon, the convent was founded in 1001. Since ancient times, the image of the Mother of God have been the most revered on the Slavic lands. It is the Mother of God who is considered the guardian, intercessor, and the main hope for people. The Mother of God is focus of light, grace, love, the tree of life, the focus of paradise. Through her image, the awareness of one's felicity is expressed. In the culture of the Slavic people, the understanding of the Mother of God is preserved as a close, native prototype of their soul. According to the Orthodox tradition, there are areas of earth that are under special patronage of the Mother of God. They are called earthly place of a virgin. This is Iveria, Georgia, the Holy Mount Athon, Greece, Kiev-Pechersk, Ukraine, and Seraphim Diveryevsky Monastery, Russia. But there are not all places where the Mother of God is respected and honored. The monk Siluan the Athonid said, with her love, she embraces the whole world, and she sees all the nations of the earth in the Holy Spirit, and like her Son, she has pity and mercy on all. And now, dear friends, I suggest you to enjoy around the world video journey prepared by Allat TV volunteers around the places where the Mary was.
Holy Mary is the greatest spirit, a guide of the power of God for every person walking on the spiritual path. This is the power of God's love, with the help of which the human soul is freed from earthly reincarnations. Holy Mary, as a spiritually liberated being, located between the worlds, is the helper and defender of humanity, and spiritually raises it from earth to heaven. In Christianity, there is such an expression, to be under the protection of our Most Holy Lady Theotokos. People feel the help and support of the Holy Mary, and it is not surprising that she has been revered all over the world on different continents and different countries for more than 2,000 years. Temples are erected in her honor. She is depicted on icons. Holidays are dedicated to her. Brightest and most beautiful things respond inside when it comes to the Holy Mary. You can talk about her in different languages, in different words, but inside it is always the language of love, the language of deep feelings, for which there is no time, no boundaries, no distances.
The creative feminine principle, personified by the Mother of God, is what transforms a person. This is the power of love and humanness that forms harmony between people, supports a sense of unity, creates the conditions for a peaceful and creative life for the whole society. And therefore, of course, we can understand why in ancient times people revered Holy Mother so much and treated a woman with great respect, first of all as a mother, as a source of life, not only on earth, but above all in the spiritual sense. And if we look at our society today, what will we see? We have the opportunity to analyze our historical experience and draw conclusions together, understand our mistakes, and make a choice in favor of the format of society, the one that we all strive for. After all, the loss of the value of life leads to irreparable consequences, and it is in our hands to restore it and make it the main value in the life of society. Just before the Kaleidoscope of Facts, we talked with Nikolai Smirnov, a historian who studied the works of Ivan Yefremov. Ivan Yefremov was a scientist, a Russian science fiction writer, who is known for his novels about the future of humanity. And most of all, Yefremov was interested in the relationships between people and the people themselves. And this is what he reflected in his works. Nikolai Smirnov shared with us his opinion about the role of women in society and what Ivan Antonovich Yefremov thought and wrote about it. Let us watch a fragment of the interview.
Yefremov wrote that wherever women are oppressed or relegated into working animals, and there were such societies and such times, and in some places they still exist, Children there grow up ignorant, vicious, and cruel savages in spiritual sense, of course, mentally and psycho-emotionally. These are clamps and complexes, as psychologists tell you, constant cracks, and this is a serious problem. Children who have not received mother's caress, but how will they receive mother's caress if woman is humiliated and oppressed? How will they receive it if they see them twisting it right in front of their eyes? That is, in this regard, the rise of a woman is an unconditional, a kind of general line along which the construction of a more or less adequate, fruitfully oriented bright future can proceed, which, well, one might say, was proclaimed by different people. Daniil Andreev, in The Rose of the World, he dedicated simply beautiful lines to the Cathedral Sophia, which must be embodied through the feminine principle. In this respect, of course, women bear a great responsibility, because the main hope, the main role is relied upon them. The male, the patriarchal world, of course, has exhausted itself. It is a world of wild competition, hostility. It is a world of alienation, alienation at all levels. Marx wrote of economic alienation. Fromm then writes about psychological alienation, which is alienation from the self, that is, in fact, falling into a sort of plastic necrophilia, meaning you do not understand yourself. You do not want to understand. You just perceive yourself as a product packed in accordance with certain standards of some company, whereas woman unites. She gives life. But there were matricentric communities. Ancient Crete was sort of their outpost. It is not for nothing that Ivan Antonovich referred to ancient Crete with special priority and thoroughness. But these, so to say, are the last remnants of the Bronze Age world, and Çatalhöyük, the whole of the civilization of South European, East Anatolian, before the Aryan, I emphasize. Then came the true Aryans with Nordic character, the culture of axes, the culture of funeral hills, the culture of fortresses, and that all. But here people lived for thousands of years. They did not fight, they did not steal, they did not sacrifice people, they did not have any wars there, they did not kill at all. The skeletons are found, and all the skeletons belong to people who died a natural death and lived for a long time until the 18th century. It's amazing. There were these discoveries of Maria Gimbutas. She wrote a lot about it in her research later on.
Большое спасибо, Николай.
Thank you very much, Nikolai, for sharing your opinion. And it is so that in order for society to develop, natural, moral, human relationships must prevail in such society. Of course, the deep essence of a woman has been lost in our society today, but this is happening because we live in a consumer format of the society. But changes in society depend on ourselves. Both our women and men play an important role in this. And there is such a legend about Saint George and the Virgin. There is a lot of symbolism in it. But what is happening now with the world, it resembles that terrible beast, which according to the legend was defeated by Saint George, victorious by the power of Christ, and the Virgin subdued him by throwing a belter on that beast. From the video Night of the Spirit with the participation of Mikhail Mikhailovich Danilov, we first learned about this legend. Now we will watch this excerpt from the video.
What is known?
What is known? Because the information is really interesting. We would like...
You know, even what is known about him and what can be found in literature is a collective image, George the Victorious. But very few people know even what is known about him.
Let's voice it, because as a matter of fact, he is known not only in Europe, but in Western Asia and the Near East as well. He's simply called differently.
He unites the whole world.
Yes.
Many peoples have their own prototype of George the Victorious, but it comes from ancient times. And the funniest thing is that with the same symbols.
I'd like to share this information which we have found.
Yes,
it's very
please.
interesting, and we'll be very grateful if we comment in the course of our conversation. But regarding George the Victorious in particular, he has many different names. In Christian countries, he is a defender from the forces of evil, first of all. He is the one riding a white horse, wearing a red cloak, and defeating a dragon with a spear. A dragon fighter, a serpent fighter. What's interesting is that he had been revered long before such religion as Christianity. In the Muslim world, among the Arabs, this character is known as Jurgis, defender, warrior. He is one of the major non-Quranic figures that enjoy special veneration. According to the history of the prophets and kings by Al-Tabari, Jurgis was a disciple of one of Isa's, Jesus' apostles. As a matter of fact, in Palestine alone, there are many, about 22 cult cities associated with George the Victorious. They include compounds of mosques, Qubat al-Sahra, the Dome of the Rock, and Al-Aqsa in Jerusalem. In the Near East, he is revered under the name of Al-Hadir, and many legends are dedicated to him. He is considered one of the 4 immortals along with Isa, Elias, and Idris. In Egypt, a similar image of god Horus is known, who is killing a crocodile with a spear. We know the same image of George the Victorious, who is striking the larynx of a serpent with a spear.
Yet very few people know that on the ancient icons, even in Christianity, George the Victorious was depicted with the spear, and in the last versions, on the top of the spear we see a cross. But some time ago there was a latra, and it can still be found in some versions.
Igor Mikhailovich, right now you have touched upon the subject of the most famous image of George the Victorious, who strikes a serpent with a spear. I would like also just to remind you or to read this legend out, because it is also closely connected with liberation of women. Because, well, George the Victorious and liberation of women, these are such subjects that always go alongside, because in the legends of that very Caucasus he frees goes down to hell.
Everywhere.
Yes, Samdzimari. According to the legend of George the Victorious, in a lake not far from one city, a huge serpent, similar to a dragon, settled. He devoured people and contaminated the air with its poisonous breath. All attempts to exterminate it ended in the death of people. The ruler of the city asked gods, and they allegedly advised him to sacrifice a young man or a girl to the serpent every day. When the turn came to his daughter, to the daughter of the ruler, she was taken to the bank of the lake, where she awaited her death with horror. But a rider on a white horse appeared. Having learned about the monster, the warrior, not listening to the girl's warnings, attacked the serpent that had come out of the lake. He pinned the monster's throat with a spear to the ground, and the horse began to trample it with its hooves. Then the warrior told the girl to throw her belt over the restrained serpent and to take it to the city. Watching the monster that she was leading like an obedient dog, townspeople froze in amazement. George explained them that he had defeated the serpent by the power of Christ. Apparently, this miracle happened in Syria, and here there are a lot of symbols.
Lots of. Many people have heard about Maria's belt, Sophia's belt. And in this case, she threw the belt over and restrained the beast.
What is it about?
It's about that which we discussed in the previous program. It's about the power, the true power of a woman. About her divine proximity, which she has forgotten. However, she forgot about it due to certain circumstances created by man. Unfortunately. At that, the task for man is to change everything back. And for women, the task is the same, to help men.
Friends, lots of thanks that you're still watching our live broadcast of the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Holy Mary, the Creative Power of Love, and it has been translated into more than 20 languages. Such an inspiring topic of our conference. And this topic resonates in the hearts of many people, and especially for the international project Kaleidoscope of Facts. Lyubov Kazarnovskaya, a world-famous opera singer and teacher, sent us her video appeal, and now we will watch a fragment of this interview together with you. Greetings to you, dear participants of the international conference devoted to such an important and timely topic today, the spiritual topic, the theme of the Mother of the World. The theme of the Mother of the World has been discussed since ancient times by all the peoples who have inhabited the earth. And this is no accident. It is not unreasonable. What is the Mother of the World? Matter creation is everything that is connected with the infinite creativity of the Creator. That is, if we consider two hypostases, then the Creator is the architect. It is a certain thought that was originally given to create the world, and the very hands of this creation. This is certainly the Mother of the World. That is, the Creator and the Maker, whose one are split as Alpha and Omega. As Alpha and Omega, like everything in our dimension, while separating by getting united. This is the mystery of the world. The Creator and the Maker are the two hypostases of the great cosmos. The Creator is the vertical. The Maker is the horizontal, and the Mother of the World is exactly the Creator's creative principle. It is not without reason that in all ancient cultures, and we find artifacts that confirm this fact, the Mother of the World was depicted in some cultures, for example, in the culture of Taoism as yin and yang. Yin is the feminine half, yang is the masculine half, but they are joined together as one. The Mother of the World was depicted as the tree of life, reaching into the heavens and growing deep into the earth with its roots. The Mother of the World was depicted by artists in cave paintings and in statues found in various archaeological periods. The image of the Mother of the World is the creation of everything and everyone. The Mother of the World is a concept that is given to us today to understand all that which is our protection, which is our understanding as children of the Mother of the World. Who are we? We indeed are the children of the Creator and the Maker, children of the Spirit and children of matter of the Mother of the World. Many books have been written about this. There is literature, there are extraordinary, fascinating sources. I think you know them, you read them, so I won't go deeper into this subject. I want to say that creation of the individuality of each of us, regardless of the color of our skin, regardless of the language we speak, must unite all of us today in one thought. We must be united in the name of the Mother of the World, in the name of the Creator, in the thought that today the future of our civilization, the future of our children, and of course our own future depends on us. How the vector of consciousness of each of you will be unfolded
of each of you will be unfolded today, the understanding that we are connected by one umbilical cord with the Creator will determine whether we will live on this earth and whether we will continue the evolution of creation which was conceived by the Creator and the Mother of the world. Let it not confuse you that the Creator is masculine. Creation itself was given as a task to all of us. And this is again the task of the Mother of the world, who has been incarnated in different eras in various representations. She is called the Mother of God, the Mother of the world, and the Mother of all creation. And today we are, of course, waiting for this help from the Creator, the Maker, and the Mother of the world. But first of all, we must help ourselves, our spirit, our soul, to see through in order to see the appearance of the Mother of the world, whose face until recently must have been hidden. In order for you to see her face, you must have a clear inner vision. And this is no longer a secret, this is spoken of, but I think this should already be shouted about, because our civilization has come to a certain point, a point of no return, when tragedy may happen or a miracle could happen. There can be a miracle of an encounter with the great Creator and with the great Mother of the world. And today it depends on each of us. And therefore, in order to individualize, and each of us is an individuality, only the individuality is able to create itself, create the world around itself. So in order to individualize, the words of the great teacher are given to aid us today, which were transmitted to me through my channel, which opened for me not so long ago. But today this channel connects me with the Creator and with the great creation, which is our reality. Not the reality that surrounds us today, because it is not a secret for anyone that we live in a great illusion, which is created by the state of consciousness of our mind. Instead, we should transition into the state of reason, into the state of a person who can individualize and create himself or herself together with the Creator. This is the new world that we can create together with you today. So I'm going to read the message. The Creator's appeal to the nations of the world. You are my children and students learning the lessons of life on this planet. You are the ones who are the particles of my creation. You are now standing before the great choice of your destiny. Each nation, like each person in this nation, is the starting point of the decisive decision whether the planet will follow me and ascend, or it will sink into oblivion of self-destruction. You are peoples who were created as one big family, the destiny which was to follow the path of evolution, helping each other in this. And now you have allowed the forces of darkness to enslave and divide you. This means that in your enmity you have almost ceased to be my likeness. But the time has come to remember who you are, who each of you is, and what is your uniqueness as divine likeness. Every nation, every ethnic group, every family, and every person, I am all of them. They are my likeness in the universe.
For there is nothing and no one that could have been created outside of me. In order to stop the fall of humanity into darkness, let each of my particles go within itself and see in itself the divine likeness of the Creator and the Maker. For I am the path and direction for every nation on this planet, so that they could return with me to their native home. Let every nation cast aside all disagreements and strife. Let everyone get rid of everything that darkness has tried to impose on people for centuries. Remember that you are all parts of one great organism, which means you need to act in concert in the name of your own salvation, the salvation of your kin and the salvation of the entire planet. All who are my likeness have come out of one native home, out of the light, and into it we all ought to return. So let none of you have other guidelines than your inner higher self, than I, the Creator, in each of you. Every nation, like every person, was created in perfection, which means do return to the state of perfection. Remember about faith and love, hope and wisdom that will unite all the peoples of the world into one whole. And a single whole cannot be divided by any darkness, for he who is one in the Spirit is one with me. Decide, for everything is in your hands now. To go within yourselves, which means to me, or continue fall into darkness, the end of which is already visible to everyone. So I invite everyone to take this source very seriously, because this source is so pure and so important for understanding to each of us today, for the salvation of the human race, because the Mother of the world, together with the Creator, created this race, like Alpha and Omega, and today this race is close to destruction. Therefore, the seriousness of the attitude towards this appeal and towards the understanding of what is happening now on our earth lies with each of us today. And how important it is today to turn both external and internal gaze towards the Creator and to look within our own selves and to hear this voice of God. Thank you.
Спасибо вам, Любовь Юрьевна. Thank you so much. Indeed, on each person there is huge responsibility. Global crisis, which humanity is facing right now, can be overcome only if people will unite. And what actions can each person take for uniting the whole society? I give the floor to our next speaker, Dmitry Maltsev, practicing psychologist, business consultant from Moscow, Russia. Dmitry, the floor is yours.
Greetings to everybody, and I do wish you to be in good health to all the participants of this conference. Do you know, in the Russian tradition, there is a saying, hope in God, but do not be a bet yourself. So the meaning of this saying literally boils down to the fact that a person for not only to wait or rely on higher forces, but also act independently, placing the responsibility for the result to put on himself first, and only then would shift the responsibility for the Creator. Because we do have to act here and now, today, because tomorrow it will be too late. we do see that outside forces or third forces are thriving to get a hold of those souls of people, trying to devote the good values and good aspiration to the other sides, and to do so by the simple and easy principle: divide and rule. Due to the presence of creative people, by setting their example to others, working on cultivating not only on their internal world, but also for the external one as well, and also are conducting their efforts by the principle of unite and greet. And many things have been said before about that, and the words and the promises, those are the directions of the person that really is being coming to fruition to inside of the person. But the actions and deeds are the real steps that allows the person to go throughout this intention or direction, because we're not like judging a person by the words that she's saying, by the intentions they have, but by the acts that they do. And so in the end of the day, the acts that they do decide what kind of person that is, what is his true objective, his true goal, his true purpose here. Luckily, we've did a lot, and we've done a lot, and so many people that are created around the world are united as one. Just look at how many of us have developed some skills, knowledge. And with that being said, with this diversity that we have, if we would want to collect ourselves and to start acting, we would be able not only to create, but also to implement such a program that would allow to each and every one of us to live and exist in the world that we are so harshly and profoundly trying to achieve. I'm sure that we would not postpone until tomorrow what we can do today. In the really nearest future, really rapidly, we would be able to come to the real deal by sincerely wishing to the world that we would really like to have in a fullest of harmony, where each and every person would find a place that would be really close to its heart as his own mother. And I would also like for all of us here today to start as much as possible, as more active as possible, to do something. And only then we will be able to achieve the goals and all these wonderful deeds and tasks and objectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dmitry, for your words, for your participation in this conference. The Mother of God manifests herself in actions and deeds of people themselves who strive to make our world better, kinder, and happier place. And today, we are in touch with Lawrence Allat, ethnologist and anthropologist of National Institute of Oriental Languages and Civilizations. Greetings, Dr. Lawrence, we give you the floor.
Bonjour Laurence.
Bonjour.
Je vous passe la parole.
Merci.
Greetings, we give you the floor.
Bonjour à tous, et je suis très heureuse d'être parmi vous ce soir pour parler de ce féminin
Hello to you, and thank you so much for giving me opportunity to participate here today.
C'est aussi un archétype qu'on retrouve dans plusieurs traditions du monde, comme par exemple
I would like to talk about Holy Mary. She is an archetype of the highest principle. He has many names, Inanna, Maria, and the meaning is the same. Feminine characteristics. This is for sure is love.
Accueillir la naissance d'un monde nouveau, de ce monde qui aura équilibré ses pôles masculins et féminins. La Vierge Marie, dans la
This is a
tradition
need
chrétienne, elle a des caractéristiques
to accept new
particulières
world.
que tout le monde connaît, bien sûr.
She
Et ces
has
caractéristiques particulières, elles sont
certain
liées
qualities.
à sa pureté, à la pureté de son
These
existence,
such
à sa
qualities
dévotion, à la pureté de ses intentions
which
et
are
à
connected
sa chasteté. Mais on peut se demander, ce
with her
personnage
divine
historique qui a
nature.
été Marie, la mère de Jésus, dans son archétype, dans son principe essentiel, à quoi elle renvoie. Et on se rend
Her
compte qu'elle
main
renvoie en fait à
principle
une qualité
to what he
particulière
refers
de la
to,
nature du féminin sacré. Et bien sûr, le féminin sacré qui est complètement
these
incarné par
qualities,
la femme, qui est le temple du féminin sacré, mais aussi qui est présent en germe dans le masculin, dans les hommes et dans le masculin, puisque ces deux polarités organisent et tiennent le monde en équilibre d'une certaine manière.
come from everything divine which is manifested by her presence.
Jalali masculin et des qualités Jamali. Les qualités Jalali, elles sont associées au courage, à tout ce qui est un petit peu extraverti, extérieur.
She's an archetype of the ultimate feminine principle, has different names in various traditions. Pachamama, Marie, Shakti, the principle is the same.
Les particularités du féminin sacré, en revanche, en tout cas de façon complémentaire, sont des particularités qui sont liées à la compassion, à la douceur, à la persévérance, à l'amour.
The qualities that she has is definitely love, compassion, generosity, support, sensitivity. This is what we can learn from her principle. These are feminine qualities. These qualities that the world needs more than ever. The necessity to reconnect to the spiritual figure and ultimate archetype of Mary. Moreover, Mary embodies the concept of virginity, which is the state needed for the heart to receive and radiate the divine lights of truth. Thus, the virginity of the whole being of Mary is guided to reach the virginity of the heart that will enable the life of the heart to blossom and bloom from within, receive divine light and reflect them at the surrounding realities. A virgin heart is what is needed to one to be the reflector of divine love and truth.
C'est restauré dans le monde, puisque restauré à partir de nous, mais qui va manifester et envoyer des ondes de forme à toutes les dimensions de la manifestation, ces qualités féminines, ces qualités du féminin, qui sont des qualités d'humanisme profond et authentique. Des qualités qui permettent de ressentir l'autre, d'être connecté à l'autre et d'être sensible à son être en réalité. Une des particularités de la
2 minutes, friends. We have some technical difficulties with translation.
Puisque j'imagine qu'il y a eu ce soir beaucoup de spécialistes qui ont, j'imagine et je sais, il y a eu beaucoup de spécialistes qui ont parlé de la Vierge Marie dans la tradition chrétienne, donc de son personnage aussi.
Many specialists were saying in Christianity about Holy Mary,
qui recouvre de multiples traditions et dans les traditions de l'Asie, la tradition hindoue, la tradition.
and I, for example, as a teacher, I chose this topic of archetype. It was taken from different religions, Buddhism, Hinduism. This archetype of Maria brings us to the purity and virginity.
Cette virginité du cœur,
and this is what in the heart of a human being,
la lumière,
pureness and light,
ce cœur étant
shyness,
nettoyé, purifié, est devenu pur comme du cristal, clair comme un lac de montagne.
Radiance which should spread light, pure heart that should become a crystal. Virginity of Mary, this is the heart of every person.
Et la nature originelle de l'homme homme avec un grand H,
the part
une femme qui renvoie à la fois aux
of
femmes et aux
primordial
hommes,
human nature.
À cette nécessité
And
absolue
it
dans son contact avec le monde de revenir finalement par des
depends on the
étapes
people
successives de purification du cœur,
and
comme
relates
issues de la
to
tradition
both
soufie, mais aussi
men
des
and
pratiques
women.
hindoues comme par exemple
When we,
bouddhistes comme le
by
yoga,
being in contact
la
with this
méditation,
world, going through all the stages
un
of
état de
purification,
virginité du cœur
what is achieved by the ways of yoga and
à la
meditation
lumière
and so on,
divine, à la lumière de la vérité, à la
all
lumière de
this
l'absolu, à la lumière transcendante de laquelle nous
gives the
sommes tous
possibility
issus,
for
pour se manifester de
the
nouveau.
divine
Un
shine
petit peu comme voilà, un état initial qui est un état de
to
pureté,
be revealed,
et puis au contact avec le monde,
to
le cœur
be
se noircit,
implemented.
le cœur se fossilise un petit peu, le cœur s'ossifie, se croûte un petit peu
And
comme la
our
terre
heart,
qui a été labourée et puis par manque de pluie,
when
beaucoup
it's
de
in the
soleil,
contact
finit par
with
faire
the
une croûte,
world, it
et
becomes
donc on a
dark,
du mal à planter des graines dans cette terre.
becomes
Le cœur de
more
l'être humain en contact avec ce monde,
like a
il a
stone,
tendance à s'encrouter, il a tendance à se durcir, à se fossiliser, à devenir un petit peu
getting
d'un aspect meuble à prendre un
with
aspect un
the
petit peu de
crusts,
pierre. Dans son contact avec le monde manifesté, le monde de la manifestation, les préoccupations matérialistes aussi,
we became more materialistic,
dans ce monde. Et
and
donc,
all our
dans toute tradition spirituelle
mundane
authentique,
worries are on this.
enracinée dans des
But in
traditions
all spiritual
comme la
traditions,
tradition chrétienne, la
primordial
tradition musulmane, la
traditions,
tradition hindoue, la tradition
as
juive, la
for
tradition
example
bouddhique, etc., des
Christianity,
traditions qui ont
Islam,
un
Buddhism,
enracinement à la fois socio-culturel, mais aussi scripturaire,
and so on.
philosophique et métaphysique. Donc les spiritualités de toutes ces grandes traditions authentiques mettent toutes l'accent
Which are already embedded in our life on different levels. The emphasis always was put on purification of heart through some kind of vibrations, mantras,
par aussi
same meditations, prayers.
Et aussi de l'intention, parce que comportement et intention sont étroitement liés. Et
Except this, there is a purification of behavior and character. And if one goes without the other, we don't have a holistic picture.
Éveillés qui, eux, ont cette technologie spirituelle du nettoyage du cœur. Et toutes ces traditions mettent donc l'accent à revenir
All this
à un
serves
état de
in order
pureté
to
originel dans son cœur,
awaken this light and makes us return to the state of purity.
la lumière du divin. Et donc c'est un effet comme ça de miroir.
So we would become the reflection, a mirror of the divine nature in us.
À le recevoir, mais aussi à la refléter, à la renvoyer au dehors. Et c'est ainsi que l'être humain, d'être composite fait de matière,
We should not only receive this light, but also reflect this light, radiate it to the outside. And in such a way, human being really becomes a being of light. When we look at small children, we see that they're shining, they're pure. Because children exactly reflect this divine light exactly in such a way how it should be. And exactly Holy Mary, which is embodied. This feminine principle is manifested through her.
Revenir à incarner, à aussi porter en soi le germe de cette
She guides us through all these manifestations.
C'est un exemple absolu de
so we would come to this purity.
Le corps de pur, elle n'a jamais été souillée par un péché.
She helped us to go on the spiritual path.
Elle n'a pas été souillée dans ses actions. Et donc revenir à cet état de
pureté. She has not only pure heart but also pure body.
De cet état de pureté. Et
virgin.
dans le monde d'aujourd'hui, cette transmutation alchimique de l'être, autant chez les hommes que chez les femmes, elle peut venir d'une compréhension de ce qu'est que cette
And this transformation
liée à la Vierge Marie, à la
of being in the same way
par exemple aussi.
man and woman
Quel est l'état
has
de
it.
quelle
This
est la nature
transformation
de cette
takes
pureté
place
et comment
exactly
soi-même
through
revenir
Maria.
à cette pureté originelle. Donc, en métaphysique, pour moi, la Vierge Marie,
The main question is, what
cet état-là.
is this purity and how to come back to this purity?
Comme dit le Coran, comme dit Dieu Allah dans le Coran, il y a un organe dans le corps de l'homme qui,
In Quran, it is stated that in human body,
et évidemment, ici dans le Coran, Allah fait état du cœur de l'homme. Et on voit bien aujourd'hui
there is such a organ, there is a place. If a person is holy, it will help him to become holy. If a person gets sick, it will help him to get sick.
On voit bien que du coup, l'état du monde aujourd'hui, l'état de désordre profond, est lié en fait à un désordre de l'être, et ce désordre
We see
de l'être
that today, in nowadays, in the world, we see chaos. In such exactly the state of world, it's also connected to the polarization of a human being. It's connected to our behaviors in our state, our spiritual development. It all connected with oppression which we experience. And that's why we need to have this holy, sacred connection with God, which is not only a connection with the feminine principle. This is exactly the connection with absolute feminine principle, absolute purity and power.
Qui par sa particularité physiologique aussi apporter la vie à une ampleur.
This is exactly our cornerstone, the feminine principle which brings life, which sometimes we underestimate,
À cette puissance, à cette pureté, à cette capacité
and to which
de compassion,
we need to get in contact during our life.
à ce monde nouveau. Merci. Spasiba.
This principle which carries the matrix, and the reunification of the world will begin from this.
Спасибо вам большое за такие искренние, теплые слова.
Laurence, thank you so much for the sincere, pure words, and this is really important for us to become a reflection of the divine. Thank you so much.
И мы сейчас живем в такие времена, вот как
Now we live in such times, as exactly Laurence was saying, that the world is on the verge, and a lot depends on our choice and actions of each person. We've talked today about the Mother of God, about the highest love, and this love is always present inside a human being, inside of each person. Therefore, what we can do today is to show this love, to show it to the Mother of God, to each other, because the spiritual world is inside of each of us, and it unites us all. Yes, and the only thing you need to do is to turn your face to God, feel His love, and accept the helping hand that He extends to us. The Mother of God, her love, this is the exactly given helping hand of God. By uniting on the basis of love, we will be able to build a creative society, and even an ideal society. This is in our strength. Now we will watch a fragment from the video, Consciousness and Personality, from the inevitably dead to the eternally alive.
But there are people who sincerely want to come to God. It is clear that much has already been given, but still this is such a time now, the time of the crossroads. Such events, such a darkness of consciousness is covering the world that it is difficult not to notice that. However, the most important thing which is happening now is that such a big impulse is coming from the spiritual world and such a big inner call which is hard not to hear. And very many feelings fill you from inside because you hear this call, and this call is addressed to every personality as a spirit. It awakens life, real life, everything that is the most valuable and the most important for a human. Yet, many people still languish in slavery under the narcosis of consciousness. Although much has already been given, a lot has been said, and the knowledge has been given. But now everything is on such a verge, and every person's destiny depends only on his own choice.
God loves everyone who loves Him. As for the one who doesn't love Him, he simply doesn't know such a person. This is true. If you want to be with God or want Him to love you, just love Him. Everything is simple.
Indeed, everything depends on our choice and on our vigorous actions. Especially for the kaleidoscope of facts, the poll, the Mother of God, the creative power of love has been conducted, in which people around the world answered questions about how they feel the love and help of the Mother of God and what her inner essence is. And we have received a great response from people from all over the world, and the answers were very sincere, and we thank everyone who took part in the survey. And right now we suggest watching the social poll together. International Social Survey. Holy Mary, the creating power of love. What are the main values of the Mother of God and her image? Why has the Virgin Mary been compared to the guiding star in many cultures? What three epithets can you describe the Mother of God with? The Mother of God is love, love, God, Spirit, faith, persistence, infinite love,
purity, kindness, and femininity, of course.
Loving, merciful. The Mother of God is a joy for me.
Who brings peace, creation.
Some collective image of all the good things that are inside a person.
I feel a great woman that worship God, and God give him a soul from him.
In Japanese mythology, it is an ancient deity. Also, I can be wrong. In my opinion, she is the one who created the Japanese islands.
God in God's fullness is not masculine, not feminine, just fullness. And we see in Mary a maternal face.
Who is holy not because she herself is already like that, but because God made her so, and thus she shows us what God can make of a human when he says yes to God.
She's our protection. We always turn to her for help. She always answers our prayers. We feel her care, always. She's the only one, the most holy Theotokos. She's beautiful and protects us.
I believe that without the Mother of God, everything would not appear so easy. We couldn't exist on earth at all because she is everywhere, she is near us like our mother, who practically brought humanity out of darkness to the present day, into the light of God.
A guide between the Lord and the earth, us.
A lot of Catholics, I know that they do pray to her and they kind of see her as more than just Jesus' mother.
The inner essence of Holy Mary is that she was blessed by God. She's a great example of how we should try to live in modern society.
Holy values is be obedient to the word of God.
It's purity, it's love, and also it's the ideology that she left behind. It's so beautiful. It's thousands of years later and we're still talking about her.
Because she is sweetness, she's love sweeter than honey. As it is said in the Song of All Songs, it is tolerance, patience, and forgiveness. But it is also discipline, the power of the Spirit. Holy Mary is the Mother of the Son of God, the Mother of God. Therefore, she's a star for us. She shows us the way, how and where we want to go after this life. After all, we do not remain here on earth, but our life continues, and she illuminates our path to eternity with light. She shines in our paths when we need her, and helps us when we address her.
This is the entity that actually guides you, and I believe that the whole world thinks so, because she is the guide that leads you to God, to love.
The Blessed Virgin Mary is revered not only in Italy, but all over the world. Where they believe in God, there is always the Mother of God. Someone believes, someone does not believe, but she exists, and it is impossible to take it from a person or remove it from the heart.
Because she is indeed a world guide like a star that is shining for all peoples on earth.
What feelings do you experience when you reminisce about the Holy Mary? The very first thing is affection and kindness, which like touch the soul.
I feel light-hearted at once right away. Everything is free, everything is purified.
It's just that the soul is filled with some kind of warmth. If I just glance at her, purity, such humility, purity, this is love.
Trust, confidence in God above all. Some kind of sincerity, tenderness, kindness.
Tell me please, would you like to live in a society in which such values prevail, which Holy Mary and her image carry? I think every person dreams of living in such a society. Yes, I would like to, because she reflects love for God and the spiritual path.
I think because they are not there and it's been too long that the world has come so far, that's why.
I think that in a society dominated by the values that the Mother of God embodies is paradise. We are those who must create this paradise.
I like to live in that society because Mary is an example of peace, unification, creation, and most importantly, love.
I would like all people to experience the love experienced by everyone who knows God. And there would be nothing bad on earth. There would be happiness and love.
1,000%. Of course I would. I feel like a lot of the world, maybe it's my personal experience, but I feel like a lot of the world is starting to become kinder and more aware of their fellow human.
The more people dream about it, the more people strive for it, and still our society is getting a little better. I wish all peoples, regardless of their religion and belief, that they are all be united and that they love each other. And I want anger, all this poison, to come out of people, so that we live by the values which people used to live by. Each person should have that which our Mother of God carries. I think that it is a world like the Christian one. As true Christians lived before, they were one family. And so that they live in joy, understand each other, and love each other. The most important thing is love.
I think it's the idea of purity, it's the idea of, rebirth, everything. It just unites all the religions, all the Semite religions or the Abrahamic religions. So we all essentially believe in the same thing, and Mary is kind of the representation of all the cultures.
By that, we will be all happy. By understanding our neighbor, our neighbors, love each other. That goes first.
Здравствуйте, друзья!
Hello, friends. Today we have heard from people about the creative power of love, about the Mother of God, about her unifying role for all humanity. Each person, in essence, is very kind and feels her spiritual support and help. After all, a personality is a spirit, a part of the Holy Spirit, and everyone has a soul. And feeling the love of God in himself, a person shows his best qualities, which are kindness, love, purposefulness, responsibility, and humanness. Overcoming selfishness, a person becomes an altruist and does everything he can for the benefit of the whole society. And the society is us, the people. And when you do something for others, you also do it for yourself. This is the creative vector of society's development, and the choice of each person is important. By revealing the source of divine love in oneself, a person is transformed and becomes spiritually free. And when there are more such people, then society as a whole changes. Friends, I suggest let us watch together a short video about the 8 foundations of the creative society, because the main value in the society is person's life.
The biggest social polling in our entire history of civilization has been conducted during the last 10 years by people around the world. 180 countries, millions of people of different social statuses, denominations, nationalities, talk about the society in which they want to live in. And this is a creative society. Based on the answers of the people from around the world, 8 foundations of creative society were established. A society where all people can live in happiness, peace, and prosperity. This is that very society that our prophets bequeathed to us. All prophets talked about the value of life, freedom, honesty, common human values, equality before God, mutual respect, and unification of people, about love for each other. They talked about the common truth and about the world which we can create. The prophets said, there will be a time when we're able to build a creative society. We are honored to live in the time which the prophets talked about, when everyone is chosen.
Friends, today we have the opportunity to implement these 8 foundations of the creative society and change the vector of society structure from consumer to creative one. And today we have all the technologies, all the opportunities, right? And we do have this chance, and we can use this chance right now, create the conditions in which the future generations will be developing. So who, if not you, can change this factor for the positive one? Thank you so much, dear Elena, and thank you everyone who is watching right now. The Mother of God unites all of us, and she's beyond time and space. The Mother of God spiritually helps every person who sincerely turns to her in their hearts.
And this landmark conference, important information for every person has been voiced, and for the first time in 6,000 years, people from all over the world have united to express their love to the Mother of God. And we thank all the speakers, everyone who has participated in the preparation of the conference. We thank the team of the international simultaneous interpreters, and who have been interpreting the conference into more than 20 languages, and a special thanks to our technical support team. Thank you, dear viewers, for being with us, and we also express our sincere gratitude to our dear Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for the knowledge that truly unites people. And at the end of our meeting, dear friends, let us see an excerpt from the video What the Prophets Dreamed of with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Thank you.
Let's simply do what the prophets bequeathed. Love one another. Really love one another. Stop serving Shaitan and start serving our Lord God, and honor our prophets and listen to them. This is simple. And let's start with the simple thing. Let's simply respect and love each other. Thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, friends. Everything is really simple. We can build a creative society, but all together. It doesn't contradict any of our religions, because all religions are streams from one source. And all of us who love God are droplets of these common waters. Thank you, friends.